FNN welcomes you to our live presentation of the 2020 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day from the Anniston Country Club. Media Day is presented by the Calhoun County Quarterback Club, and today's FNN coverage is brought to you by Anniston Orthopedics, continuing to provide a legacy of outstanding sports injury care on and off the field. By Brandon Steele for Place 1, Oxford City Council. On August 25th, it's time to pass the torch for new ideas. Vote Steele for Oxford City Council Place 1. By Harrison Sports Chiropractic, ever expanding and adding athlete recovery to promote better sports performance and reduce risk of injury to the athletes. And by Mike Rogers for Congress. On Election Day in November, vote to re-elect Alabama's trusted conservative fighting for you. That's Mike Rogers for Congress. Now, stand by for high school football.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Calhoun County Quarterback Club's 2020 High School Media Day. We're so excited
FNN, the Friday night
just to be talking about football with the state that the world is in right now. And we didn't know even up until this week, as many of you were like us with the Quarterback Club looking at the state AHSAA and the announcement they made that we will have high school football on regular schedule. And I know that's week to week, but we're excited to have it. And I'd like to welcome everyone here to the 2020 Media Days here at the historic Anniston Country Club. Very different this year. We're all wearing our mask, and we will be wiping down and disinfecting the microphones and the rails and the chairs for each team that comes in and leaves. And it's just the world we're in right now, but we're happy to be here talking about high school football. What a historic year last year was in Calhoun County. I never remember a year with so many things on the line, and we had 2 state champions here in Calhoun County in 6A and 4A. We had a state runner-up, and or 6A and 3A, correction, and a state runner-up in 4A, another state semifinalist, and we've got quality coaches here in the area and quality players as well. So the future looks very bright for Calhoun County. Want to take a moment and thank our sponsors, F&M Bank, ERA King Real Estate, Webb Concrete and Building Materials, Anniston Orthopedics, Superior Automotive, and John Lindsay with EHT Security. Without these sponsors, we could not pull this off. And those 6 last year, when we went to them to do the inaugural media day, they got on board with us, and they were back with us again this year, and we appreciate them. We couldn't do it without them. Also, would like to thank General Manager Stephen Driggers and the staff here at the Anniston Country Club. They make it so easy for us to come in and set up and have a wonderful venue to host this event. And this year with social distancing, we have plenty of room in this ballroom here, this dining area, that we can feel comfortable in what we're doing, but yet bring you a quality production here through the media day. I want to take a minute and thank my fellow board members. My name is Danny Shears. I honorably and humbly serve on the board at the Quarterback Club. My fellow board members are Captain this year Matt Klontz, immediate past Captain Matt Whitaker, Mr. Don Whitlow, Mr. Doug Odell, Mr. Gene Ellison. Those are your 6 Quarterback Club board members, and we've been meeting for months planning this event. Last year we had a wrap-up meeting. We talked about what went well in the first year, what we wanted to improve on, and here we are in year 2, and we're excited about it. We also want to thank Warren Averitt for providing lunch for us today for all the media partners and the coaches and athletes. So out in the dining room area, feel free to have lunch whenever you can. Also thank Robert Smith of Awards to Remember for doing a great job. We have this year a nice memento that we're giving all the players, and just to recognize them being invited to Media Day by their coach, and they will forever remember this day. And a big thank you, finally, to all of our media partners in Calhoun County and surrounding areas, not only for today, but for what you do for these high school coaches and athletes, whether it be print media, whether it be live stream, whether it be a nightly newscast during the sports section. We appreciate what you do day in and day out to promote high school athletics and spotlight these young men that do a phenomenal job and work hard through the spring and summer to make it to fall football. We appreciate what you do. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to a fellow board member, Doug Odell, and Doug now will introduce our first school up for today.
Thank you, Danny, and good morning, everybody. First up on the stage for our 2020 Media Day is Sachs High School. Sachs High School competes in 3A Region 5. Their region opponents are Glencoe, Hoax Bluff, Ohatchee, Piedmont, Pleasant Valley, Welborn, and Weaver. Coach Jonathan Miller, we will start with your opening comments, sir.
Well, I never thought I'd have to pull down a mask at Media Days to speak to you guys. It's truly unique times. It's been a crazy off season. You start back in March with school getting out early and no spring practice, and workouts have been a little different. We're trying our best to keep kids safe, and that's what really this summer's been about for us. And hopefully we can get back to some sort of normalcy as we head into the start of practice next week. And I hope kids across the state get to have a somewhat normal school year and be able to play whatever sport it is that they play, and go to school and be able to enjoy events like the prom and things like that. So I just hope that we can hope the virus calms down and we can get back to a more normal lifestyle.
Joe Medley's got the first question.
Okay.
Dude.
What we'll do with our media partners is I will hold the mic and you can ask the questions, and I'll move around. Please raise your hand when you have a question.
Jonathan, you guys obviously had the positive test earlier this summer. Has everything settled down that way? Have there been any more? And also, your reaction to the AHSAA's decision to start everything on time and the guidance they've given?
Well, as far as the positive test we had, that was obviously back in June, and it was an isolated incident. It was not anything that was that happened at a workout or on campus. An athlete, just likely contracted it from a family member. So we were able to, because of the safety measures and things that we had in place, we were able to keep it as an isolated incident. So we're thankful for that. Moving forward, I'm not really surprised that we're going to attempt to play this football season. I think, kids need some sort of normalcy back into their lives. Kids, if we can do it safely, we need to be in school. We need to be, playing sports as long as we can do it safely. And I think, if we're, coaches and administrators and everybody across the state, if we continue to try to follow the protocols and everything that's been put in place, that hopefully we can make it through a season.
Coach Miller, we know it's hard to pick out only two players to bring to media day. Tell us about the two young men you've got with you today.
Trey Bolton is an offensive and defensive lineman for us. He's been a solid player for us for 4 years. He's probably he's our leader up front on the offensive line, defensive line, and looking for a big season out of him. I think he's got the potential to have a breakout year. Got to continue to be coachable, and I think Trey's in store for a big season. Rod Elston, I guess to you guys, you're right. This is Rod's first year with us. He's been playing at Donahoe. He came over to Sachs this season. And I think, with what little we've been able to see of him, I think he's going to add something to our skill group. He's a guy that can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's a great guy with the ball in his hands in space. So he adds another dimension, another weapon to us on offense, and we think he's also going to fit in nicely on the defensive side of the ball in the secondary, most likely at safety. So these two guys, hopefully will be leaders for us on and off the field, and also have, big senior seasons.
Jonathan, everybody's, I think, staring at the possibility this year of there being parts of the season where they're having to do without players. And you went through something like that last year with all the run of injuries you had. Just kind of give everybody a sense of what it's like to go through that kind of plug and play.
It's not fun. It was last year was a crazy season. I've never had one like that as a coach. With so many season-ending injuries, we had 5 or 6 surgeries. We don't dress but 40 or 45 players, so that's a pretty high percentage. I don't think we've ever had more than 1 or 2 surgeries in a season. So that was, in a sense, it was tough last year. One good thing that came out of that, though, is a lot of guys got a chance to play on Friday night. It's a lot of guys that, we had a couple freshmen play. We had a large group of sophomores got to play extensive minutes that maybe otherwise would not have. And, as you look at that this year, the possibilities of going without players for 2 or 3 weeks at a time this year, it's scary, but it's just what we're going to have to do and to get through a season. It's going to happen. There'll be cases, amongst athletes. It's going to happen. We just have to deal with it and know that going in. It's going to be part of it, and we just have to manage and get through the best we can.
Trey, clearly watching you walk in, you hadn't missed many workouts this summer. Knowing that there was a question and all that, what motivated you to? Were you motivated to keep your workouts up and keep looking forward? And did maybe Coach Miller give you some phone calls and give y'all drills? How did that go about this summer, waiting to know and things like that?
Well, Coach Miller actually brought me some weights to my house to work out with, and he made sure he sanitized them first. And I just try to maintain. I go outside, I run a little bit around my block, just stuff I could do to stay in shape and be ready, because I knew we were going to come back. Thank God we were able to.
Rod, can you take us back to when you decided to change schools, and what was the thought behind that, and kind of what you see at Sachs that you like?
I changed schools back in March, I think, and it was my parents' decision, but I've always wanted to play for Coach Miller. I went to Sachs kindergarten through my 6th grade year, and I've always watched Coach Miller coach, and I've always wanted to play for him.
Coach Miller, talk a minute about the new alignment in 3A. I believe it's Region 5. Some of the new opponents that you'll face this year here in Calhoun County, which we realize that 6 of our 12 teams here today are in one region. So that should be some exciting football this fall.
Well, the first thing, this region has just traditionally is tough. You know, it's very similar to the SEC West. You know, as far as you've always got, you know, several quality teams, and if you're just good, you're going to be 6-4. You know, you really have to be great to make a run at a region championship in this region. In years past, the good thing, though, about the region, even if you got in the 4th spot, you had an opportunity to make a deep run in the playoffs, because by far in the North, this has been the toughest region in the past few years. Now, things have changed. 5's in 3A, and Collinsville and some other schools. It's I think 3A North outside of our region is tougher also this season. But, you know, we lost Randolph County, who's had, you know, great teams the past few years, and we pick up Ohatchee. So, you know, that was one of the things that changed, and you know, it's still extremely tough. You know, you got Piedmont and Welborn, who those guys are returning a lot of seniors, and they were both in the semifinals last year. So it's an extremely tough region. It's going to be very competitive, and you know, if you look at our schedule, we really got the short end of the stick. We opened region play with Piedmont, Welborn, Ohatchee back-to-back weeks, so we didn't get any favors there. But our first 6 opponents, I think, they were all playoff teams. 5 of those were 2 rounds or better. So we're going to have an interesting start to our season, and you know, we're going to have to get ready to play ball starting with week 0.
I'll ask both of the players there, how many, including you two, do you think will be playing both ways, or do you try to have it to where you just play one side of the ball? I know that we've got on your nameplates there like offensive and defensive line, and then of course running back and safety. Coach, you may chime in as well, but how much playing time on the field will these two see?
I'll start, and they can go after me. But you know, one thing that if you look at our team after the period where we were out of school and we were able to come back and work out, you notice things about kids. These 2 guys are in shape. They're ready to play ball. So they're going to be guys that we ask to play both ways, you know, and we'll try to spell them as best we can. But we got some members of our team that were not very active during the quarantine, and you know, we're trying our best to still get them in shape. You know, they've added weight that they didn't need to add or things like that. So, you know, we're going to have as best we can, we're going to play guys one way, but we do have guys that can handle it, like these 2 sitting beside me, that will be asked to play on both sides of the ball.
Jonathan, you mentioned guys that got pressed into service last year. Just how much do you think that helped Sean's development, especially at quarterback, and how's he looking based on what you've seen of him?
Well, it was good for we have a large, it was last year's sophomore group that got extensive playing time. They'll be juniors this year. Sean Parnell was one at quarterback that got acclimated to playing on Friday nights. We thought he might be playing on B-team nights at quarterback, but I'll say this about Sean. We had an extremely smart guy at quarterback that got, towards ACL's second week or whatever. We didn't have to back off or pull back anything we did offensively. Sean could step in and handle everything that Roland could handle. So that was a good thing. But the value of playing and getting experience on Friday night, it's irreplaceable. So it helped him develop and gain experience, and so this year I think he can step in and try to, instead of just try to manage, he can maybe try to step forward and actually make some plays.
One final question.
All right, this is for both the players. You both are seniors. How special is it being able to enjoy your senior season and be able to even get the start off of it? And then how much did you keep up with it day to day as far as the overall news about having a football season? We'll start with Trey and go to Rod. Just the specialness of being able to attempt to enjoy your senior season.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy my senior season. I'm going to make sure of that. I was keeping up with it almost every day, trying to figure if we was going to play. I was low-key scared when they was having the meeting, and then they had another meeting this past Friday, I think. Just happy we are able to enjoy it. It's my last year. I'm going to give my all, leave everything out there.
Just like Trey said, we're going to enjoy our senior season, and we're happy that we can play it, because when you're a freshman, sophomore, junior, and all that, you don't really look forward to your senior season, but when it gets here, you want to give it all you got.
Well said. Coach Miller, any final thoughts from you?
I'm excited about the season. I know our kids are excited. We're excited to get out on the field Monday, and I just hope that we can finish, and kids around the state can enjoy whatever their senior year or whatever, if they're a freshman, whatever. It's these seasons are so precious. You don't get but 4 of them. So you don't want to have one taken away from you, for something like this.
Very well. Congratulations and good luck this season to Sacs Wildcats.
Anderson Orthopedics continues to provide a legacy of outstanding sports injury care on and off the field, keeping our players in the game. Anderson Orthopedics offers our Saturday morning sports injury clinic from 8 to 10 a.m. throughout the high school football season. Anderson Orthopedics also offers full-service physical therapy and occupational therapy departments. To learn more, visit our website at www.annistonortho.com. Anniston Orthopedics, located in the Tyler Center adjacent to RMC.
Whatever happens, we'll be there with you and your home every step of the way in your journey back. ServPro, like it never even happened.
Griffin Laser Engraving in Lincoln is your authorized local dealer for personalized Yeti products. Get your Yeti customized for your team, a business, or a special event. Your color, graphics, even photos. At Griffin Laser Engraving, we make it the way you want it. Order just one or hundreds, and you'll find the full line of Yeti coolers and accessories on hand, even the hard-to-find items. Nationally recognized, but right here at home in Lincoln for quality awards, trophies, powder coating, and personalized Yeti items, Griffin Laser Engraving. Step into the offices of J. Britt Middlebrook, CPA, where you'll find professional one-on-one service for business and individual clients. In this ever-changing tax and economic climate, you can count on receiving the expert advice you need. J. Britt Middlebrook works hard to provide every client what they need to meet all deadlines. Tax season will be here soon. For all your accounting service needs, call or stop by at 1913 Berry Street in Oxford. That's J. Britt Middlebrook, CPA.
'19 6A state champions. Their head coach is Keith Etheridge. And Coach, we'll start with your opening comments.
Just excited to be here. I really appreciate the Anderson Country Club and the Quarterback Club for, putting this on for our kids and for our communities. And, it's just always a pleasure to see all the media, and it's really exciting this year considering all the stuff that we've been through, and that the kids get a chance to get back out there and get started.
Go ahead, Joe. I'll ask you the same question I asked Jonathan earlier. Y'all had a positive test earlier this summer. Have things calmed down that way?
And just what's your reaction to the guidance that's come from the HSAA, and how practical is all of that?
I think it's practical. I think that, you're going to see positive tests about everywhere. I don't think you're going to get any place that's going to be 100%, it's just the way you handle those things, because, kids are going to go home to family members and things like that. And, there may be some situations where you get some positive tests. It's just the way you handle those from here on out. We've done everything that everybody's asked us to do. We quarantined that individual. He did his quarantine, got his negative test. Matter of fact, I want to say multiple negative tests. So it was a situation where that a lot of times it's going to happen. It's going to happen this year. Like everybody said, you're going to lose players during the year that are going to have to quarantine and go through that. So it's going to be a different year, but we get to have the year, and that's what's going to make it special.
Question back here.
Coach, your non-region games, very, very strong. Thompson, Pleasant Grove, Gadsden City, and Central Phoenix City. That's one part to the question. Talk about that. And the second thing, you've been in the position of being the hunted, and but your team hasn't. So maybe your players can address that, what it's like to go into the season with that target on their back.
Right. Yeah, we do have a real tough non-region schedule. It's kind of hard to get people to play. When you win the state championship, it's hard to get teams to play. And I've always been a guy who I love playing the best teams. I love the competition. I love the Friday night experience that these guys get to have when you play those big games. If you go back and ask any of our guys last year, what's the biggest wins on the schedule? They're going to say the Pensons, the Clays, the Spanish Forts and state championship. So, the big games against the great teams are the ones that you truly remember, and that they'll remember for the rest of their lives. And I think that's the opportunity we want to give these guys. Of course, we're in a new region, so you lose the Pensons, the Clays, and some of the Gardendales, and you lose some of those teams. So we want to replace those type teams with quality teams. We got some good teams in our region, but there's a couple of teams coming up from 5A, and so we want to be ready for the playoffs. So we want to play the best before we get to the playoffs. And I'll let these guys. I truly believe that, and I think that's been my motto since I've started coaching. And and I think it prepares for the playoffs. You play great teams in non-region games. and I'll let them talk about being the hunted now and not being the hunter.
Like you said, like we know we got the targets on our back, but we also know like what it takes to get there. So, and that's just bring your A game, bring your best game every week. So as long as we do what we got to do and take care of business each week, it'll all work itself out.
See, me, I love having target on back because it's motivate me to play harder, work harder, and I love to compete. So it's a go.
Question for Trey Higgins. Trey, we know you love baseball and committed to Mississippi State, but what was it like knowing that you had to give up your junior year in baseball once it just got started, and then thinking in the back of your mind, if this happens to football my senior year, it's going to be awfully tough? Tell us about the emotional part of that.
Oh yeah, it was very emotional. Like more my junior year in baseball, just because like I felt for the seniors. That was their last year. Like even some kids that didn't have any offers or anything. They were like expecting to have a big season, and like that like affecting their future. And they, like you said, senior year is your last year, and you want to like make memories with all your like brothers that you grew up with, and for that to be taken away, that's sad. And I'm just glad it didn't, or I hope it don't happen in football.
Keith, just looking at the two guys you brought today and knowing what you have coming back, every year is a different calculation.
Right.
Does the offense take a little different look this year?
Yeah, I think so. I think every year, when you got those moving parts, and you as a coach, you got to adjust to those parts. We've got a great offense coordinator, Will Wagner, great defensive coordinator, Chad Cochran, and we're going to be a different team this year. We're going to still have the same philosophies. We're still going to do things the right way, but play calling may be a little different. What we do defensively may be a little different. So, it all boils down to the kids that we have and what's going to make them successful and what we need to do to put them in situations to be the best they can be. You may see us, we may throw the ball 35 times. You never know. I'm not saying that's what we're going to do. We're just going to take what they give us. We've got some good receivers. Of course, Trey's coming back. Trey threw for over right at 2,500 yards last year and 33 touchdowns, 31 touchdowns. So, and ran for another 1,100 yards. Rock had 1,300 yards receiving. Of course, these two guys are going to touch the ball a lot. We got Keyshawn Cioce, and a plethora of running backs that are going to touch the ball. So, other receivers, Warren Britt, offensive line-wise, we have Brandon Kirksey, who's 6'6", 330. We have Braden Joyner, who's, he's going to be a sophomore and already has 11 D1 offers, some SEC offers. So, we've got a lot of, Kyle Pilkinson's a returning starter up front. We got a lot of guys returning on that offensive side of the ball, and we want to make sure that we spread the ball around. We get the ball to the people who can make plays. We've got some new guys that are out that have really stepped up this offseason and looked real good. A couple of basketball guys who've come out and been very successful already. Very athletic, and on the defensive side, we got that whole linebacker crew back. We got half our secondary, of course, the Fagans, Delvon and Traquan. Traquan has picked up LSU, Alabama, some huge offers this summer. So we've got a lot of talent, and I think it's just the coach's job to make that talent successful when it transitions onto the field.
Question back here.
Yeah, Keith, Coach Savarese in the press conference yesterday seemed to leave the door kind of open for the playoffs in regards to teams having to forfeit for some possible COVID cases during the year, as far as how somebody might or might not get in. Can you clarify that for us a little bit, or are you as confused about it as we are?
Well, I think that, Coach Savarese is looking, ahead, and I don't think they want to make anything in concrete right now. Things are changing day to day. So Coach Savarese is a very smart man, and his staff at the Alabama High School Athletic Association, and I think they just want what benefits the kids, you know. And I think that they did a great job of getting together, the council and everybody getting together and making the decisions that they made and doing it with the kids in mind, and also, you know, thinking about getting, you know, football back started on time and other sports back started on time, and do it, you know, the safe way. And you know, I'm pleased that they made that decision. You know, I love being around these guys, and if it would have really been a struggle to watch some of these seniors not get to play their senior year.
Question for you, Rock. We know that part of the summer is going to 7-on-7 camps and so forth, and working out the passing. And of course, you're a senior and Trey a senior, but have y'all missed going to those camps this year? And what's usually the best thing that comes out of those camps?
Yes, we miss going to those camps. Like, the best thing that come out of the camp is just you get to work on the stuff that your weakness and competition, people you never went against. You get to work harder, play harder, learn different things and different stuff from different people and different coaches.
Trey, you have anything to add to that?
Basically just what he said, you know, the more reps and stuff, and, you know, like he said, you just get to work on your weaknesses and learn new things and figure out what works, because, you know, everybody's different, so, like, you can learn what works for, like, on different people and stuff. You grow your game and become a more well-rounded player.
I mean, I'm loving it.
I've always said 3 to 4 equals 7, so I'm good.
To both of you, obviously recruiting is a thing, and I'll ask Trey, I'll ask Rock too. Are you still thinking that baseball is your ticket to the next level, or is football, or the possibility of playing both, a thing for you? And then Rock, I know you're picking up in-state offers now. Just kind of where do things stand with you?
I've always said I want to play both as long as I can, but I just believe that God's going to put me where I need to be when I need to be there, so I'm just completely leaving it in His hands. I'm just going to enjoy it all I can and not worry about it.
Yes, I'm picking up in-state offers, but, you know, it takes a different type of person to, like, play in-state and out-of-state. Right now, I'm just looking to play my season and take forward from there.
I think we got a great group coming back. You know, you got guys, you know, that are tremendously hard workers. Chance and Holyfield, all those guys on the defensive side, Elston, you know, TT, Dobbins, all those guys are going to be great players for us this year. We got some, we got some guys stepping up. R.J. Taylor's going to be huge for us this year. He'll be a junior defensive end, wide receiver. You got D.D. Davis, who's Tay Davis's brother, who will be playing up front at defensive end for us this year. So, you know, you got some great players who are stepping into some roles that they haven't been in the past, moving some positions, and I'm looking for a huge year this year out of these guys, and I'm excited to be their head football coach and be a part of the Oxford family.
Appreciate you being here today. And go ahead.
Well, Coach, thank you. Just wanted to say, you know, you had a great season this past year, and congratulations again on that. And I know y'all have already gone ahead and put that behind you, because that's what champions do. You focused ahead. So thank you for your time today, fellas. I'm sure they'll want to talk with you outside, but thank y'all for coming today, Coach.
Thank y'all for having us.
FNN welcomes you to our live presentation of the 2020 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day from the Anniston Country Club.
Weaver
Media
High School
Day
will be our
presented
next
by
school.
the Calhoun County Quarterback Club, and today's FNN coverage is brought to you by Anniston Orthopedics, continuing to provide a legacy of outstanding sports injury care on and off the field. By Brandon Steele for Place 1, Oxford City Council. On August 25th, it's time to pass the torch for new ideas. Vote Steele for Oxford City Council Place 1. by Harrison Sports Chiropractic, ever expanding and adding athlete recovery to promote better sports performance and reduce risk of injury to the athletes. And by Mike Rogers for Congress. On Election Day in November, vote to re-elect Alabama's trusted conservative fighting for you. That's Mike Rogers for Congress. Now, stand by for High School Football Media Day 2020, featuring all the schools from throughout Calhoun County on your home for high school sports, FNN, the Friday Night Network.
Harrison Sports and Chiropractic, located in Anniston, Alabama, is dedicated to their patients. Car accidents, injuries, pain management, or even if you're just feeling the wear and tear of everyday life, Dr. Farr and Dr. Harrison can help. Call them today at 256-231-0417 or like them on Facebook. Walk-ins are welcome, most insurance accepted. Contact them today. That's 256-231-0417.
Whatever happens, we'll be there with you and your community every step of the way in your journey back. Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
FNN welcomes you to our live presentation of the 2020 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day from the Anniston Country Club. Media Day is presented by the Calhoun County Quarterback Club, and today's FNN coverage is brought to you by Anniston Orthopedics, continuing to provide a legacy of outstanding sports injury care on and off the field. By Brandon Steele for Place 1, Oxford City Council. On August 25th, it's time to pass the torch for new ideas. Vote Steele for Oxford City Council Place 1. By Harrison Sports Chiropractic, ever expanding and adding athlete recovery to promote better sports performance and reduce risk of injury to the athletes. And by Mike Rogers for Congress. On Election Day in November, vote to re-elect Alabama's trusted conservative fighting for you. That's Mike Rogers for Congress. Now, stand by for High School Football Media Day 2020, featuring all the schools from throughout Calhoun County on your home for high school sports, FNN, the Friday Night Network.
Okay. Sure.
Going crazy. Remember, don't freeze up. If you do freeze up, I'm about to freeze up.
Now up on our stage at our 2020 Media Day is Weaver High School. Weaver competes in 3A Region 5. The region opponents are Glencoe, Hoax Bluff, and Ohatchee, Piedmont, Pleasant Valley, Saxe, and Welborn. Their head coach is Justin Taylor. And Coach Taylor, we will start with your opening comments. Thank you for being here.
Appreciate it, guys. I appreciate y'all doing this, and I appreciate this the second year, and it was awesome last year and again this year, and we're just glad to get to do this, and just glad that next week we get to get out there and get started, because for a while, you know, we didn't know what we was going to get to do. You know, our spring athletes missed out on a lot, and most of the summer we were worried what we were going to get to do and not do, and we've been preparing for this day, so we're glad to be here, and we appreciate y'all.
First question is Mr. Medley.
Yeah, Justin, have you guys had any issues with COVID this off season as far as maybe a positive test, and then just what's your reaction to what the HSAA announced the other day or yesterday, and just the guidance and the practicality of it?
No, you know, I tell people all the time that we've been dodging COVID left and right. We've been fortunate so far this summer. We've had some in our community, and we've had some families that had it and had to be quarantined, but none of our athletes have had it yet. And so we've been fortunate there. But as far as, you know, the guidelines that were laid out last week, there's things we got to do. We're going to sit down and think about how we're going to handle some of the things, because a lot of, one of the spacing in the locker room they talked about, that was a concern for me, because a lot of facilities in the state aren't that big. So, we're going to do things like use our gyms on Friday nights, and the spacing on the field. When they first said we was going to get to go from the 10 to the 10, I'd heard that rumor. I was really excited because I thought I was going to get to go down to the 10 and call plays. But I was told, no, that's not true. So it'll just be our players. But and then one of the underlooked thing was, you get to come on the field. For years the referees tell us, Coach, let them get to the numbers. Coach, let them get to the numbers. But now, due to spacing, they're going to let us come out there with multiple coaches to talk to the guys during breaks and things like that. So some of those things I actually think are good, actually better for the sport, and I think we may see at the end when this is all over that we may keep a few of these items, personally, if you ask me. So we're just excited and, making sure that we keep our kids safe and healthy and ready to go.
To Justin and both players, what was last year like to go through, and what did that do to kind of juice your all's off season, the motivation? What's the hope for this year?
Well, that's when I sat down a couple weeks ago, I was sitting there thinking how I would respond to that question, because you're going to get it when you go through a season like that. That's I've never been through anything like that in my life, but one of the perspectives I came out of is really reading scripture and things, and it talks about you don't really lose. You either learn or you win. And we learned a lot last year, and so everything, instead of getting caught up in the emotion of a game or a loss or how the season was going, we sat down and us coaches would talk each Friday night, and we would find the positives, find things we need to do different, and then spend the off season researching different things that we would want to do and how we would do things and how to not take things for granted. And so that was really a big mindset this off season after this year was, what did we learn? How can we do better? And things like that, because every opportunity, every setback's a growth opportunity, and you can't take those for granted.
Coach Taylor, take a moment and introduce the two gentlemen you brought, and tell us what you're expecting out of them this year.
All right. We got Taylor Thompson here. He was a returning quarterback. Expect a lot of things out of him. He leads our offense. He did a pretty good job last year, and I expect even better this year. We're going to do a little bit better job of tailoring things to him. And then Bailey Stevens would have been a big cog for us last year. He actually got hurt in the spring game. He was one of the injuries we talked about last year, and I believe if he had played, we would have been a little bit better in a couple games last year. So just having him back is going to be huge, and having these two guys they were two of the guys who actually had played a little bit when I got here last year. So I was really excited about them last year, and even more this year having them back. And then I was telling them out there a while ago, in July, we kind of flipped our workout model where we brought the skill in the morning, and then 30 minutes later brought the linemen in. And we had been just doing all boys workouts, and we started doing more football stuff in July. And having Taylor in one group and Bailey in the other was huge for us, just having that leadership out there and guiding our guys. So, I expect big things, leadership, and keeping our guys focused on our core values and what we're supposed to do this year.
Taylor, having seen what happened in the spring, has that changed your outlook in your senior season?
Yes, sir. Makes you want to work harder so you don't go through that your senior season.
Bailey?
Like he said, it's your senior season. Nobody wants to have a season like they had last year. It's just, personally for me, it was just getting back healthy and getting ready for this season so I could try to make it my best season.
And piggybacking off of that, this is for Taylor and for Bailey, what's this offseason been like from a player's perspective? We kind of see it in the news and covering you guys, working out in separate groups and doing everything separately to abide by all the guidelines. But what's it been like from a player's perspective this offseason as you try to, as you said, look for a better senior season? We'll start with Taylor and go to Bailey.
It's really been the same as last offseason. Just we're going in separate groups and we got to wipe everything down. And other than that, it's really been the same. We've been working harder in the weight room and on the field. So, it's really been about the same.
I think with all the COVID stuff, it hasn't really slowed us down, and we're still progressing as a team, even through all this stuff that we have to do, like wiping down all the weights and stuff.
To Taylor and Bailey, just last year, obviously, you were adjusting to a new coach. There was a lot of player turnover. How much different is it from last year to this year? I guess last year you all were starting at home plate. Is there a sense now that maybe you're kind of on first base or second base in terms of getting to where the program needs to be?
Last year, I saw that they put a lot of young guys in last season, so I think that would give the team maybe a boost for the young guys so they can get that experience on the field.
Last year, we didn't really know Coach Taylor, and Coach Taylor really didn't know us, so it kind of put us back some. And then, so now the team, we know Coach Taylor, and Coach Taylor knows us, so we know what we can do, and Coach Taylor knows what we can do. And so I feel like it'll be a better season this year.
Question?
Yeah, Coach, one of the things nobody's talked about so far today is something that I'm sure every program that comes before us is going to face, and that's the loss of revenue either in ticket sales potentially, or it's got to be awfully hard to go out there and do fundraisers. I know you guys had some things scheduled that you had to change. Can you talk about what that aspect of this is like?
Yeah, absolutely. We had after the season, we sat down and looked at our deficiencies and some things that we had to replace. In some areas that we had to get our income up in, and we had a lot of plans for the spring that we were going to do before the spring game, during the spring game, to start the summer. And when the COVID hit, it backed us up, and so we spent all that time trying to figure out how we were going to recover. And so we one of the things we did, we decided to do a 5K, but since we couldn't ask people to gather in masses, we couldn't make kids go out and do that thing, we did a virtual 5K. We did a virtual 5K, and people signed up online, and they would email their race receipts, or they could just buy a T-shirt. And that did pretty decent for us under the circumstances, and I think it'll be even better next year. We gave the kids discount cards to sell. That was something we did this summer for them to sell. Instead of, we gave them the option to do that. So it's been really tough. We had a few others we were hoping to do. Some events we wanted to do, football camps, 7-on-7 type things, maybe a youth 7-on-7 night, things that we didn't get to do with all the regulations. So it's been very difficult with that. And like you said, this year you're probably going to have reduced people at the games, and that's a big deal because high school programs rely so much on ticket sales, rely on people coming to the game. And that's a big deal. People don't realize that. That's one good thing about Weaver, though, I'll say, is, the last game we played last year, we played on a Thursday night. It was senior night, and Thursday night, bad weather, and really all you'd expect would be the kids playing, parents there, and the seniors there. And we had almost as big a crowd as we had the first game, the home game. And so that was real good for us last year to realize that despite the season we had support all year. Ticket sales stayed about the same, and so that was a big deal. And I hope to continue that. I hope the fans feel safe and wear their masks and come out in every game. We only got 4 home games this year, the way the schedule worked out. So I hope we can pack the stadium and get that revenue up so that we can support our guys for the future, because we got some things that we need to do for them to bring them on a level playing field with the rest of the county, and we need that support. So,
Coach, question here. Obviously, the region you're in is a no rest for the weary type region. Tell us a little bit about your non-region games this year.
Okay, well, we're going to start week 0. We're going to go up to Douglas, play the Douglas Eagles up there. They've got a new coach, so a lot of unknown there. They hired Brandon Lyles, who was the DC at Albertville, I do believe. So a lot of unknown. Week 0, short week of practice. It's going to be interesting. I played there in high school. It's a good little trip up there, so we're excited about that. And then we take a week off. We're off week 1. And then week 5 we were very fortunate when Georgia shifted their schedule 2 weeks. We thought we'd lost that game. But our Murchie, Georgia actually had an off week September 11th, and then when the schedule shifted 2 weeks, it ended up being their off week September 25th, which is the same date we were playing anyway. And so we're still getting to make that trip as of now. We'll go play our Murchie, Georgia. They got a great Coach Green, does a good job over there. We had played them when I was in basketball when I was at Cherokee County, so I know a little bit about them. I've been to the school. So we're excited about that trip over to Georgia. And then at week 10, we're going to play the Asheville Bulldogs. I'm very familiar with them. We played them when I was at Cherokee County. And then Coach Monroe, who's the new head coach there, is a good friend of mine. We actually worked out a little bit during the quarantine together, so I know Coach Monroe well. I text him all the time and tell him I hope he goes 9-1 this year. So we're really excited about our non-region. Some good opponents, a good vary of offenses and defense to help us prepare for the season.
Any other questions?
Justin, obviously you lose Isaiah and Devontae, but who kind of moves to the fore in those ball-carrying roles around Taylor this year?
We'll have in the backfield. We'll have Peyton Martin and Jaden Sturkey and Jackson Williams will all rotate in of those running back spots. On the outside, we'll have Armani Burton, who's coming back, who can play, and he's looking real good this all season. We've added a couple guys that didn't play last year. We got 2 more sophomores that'll probably play, Jeffrey Miles and Zach Garner. We got Brendan Knight coming back, who does a good job at receiver and DB. As one of our returner starters, so we'll fill those roles and just try to get them the ball in space in different areas. And then, of course, offensive line. We lost Dalton Arnett, but we got Bailey coming back to kind of fill that role, and Brent Parks and some of those other guys coming back. We played so many people last year that it actually going to benefit it this year. It was fun when we would meet coaches, and before the game, us coaches do small talk, and they'd say, "Coach, man, we're young," and I'd laugh at them. Because, we started, we had a 7th grader last year who played 62 snaps versus Piedmont. And after the game, I look on my phone on Facebook, and his mom is wishing him happy birthday for the next day for him turning 13. So he played 62 snaps versus the state champion at 12. And so those are the kind of kids. We played a bunch of 7th, 8th, and 9th graders along with our seniors. So that really, I'm really excited about it. Like they were talking about earlier, we've got experience, and that's something going forward we're going to make a point to do, is get as many people in the game as possible so that they're not shell-shocked when they finally have to be counted on. Even if it's just 6 snaps a game, 7 snaps a game, that's something we're really going to try to do.
Question, Coach?
Yeah, Justin, last year during one of your visits to our coaches show on Tuesday nights, you almost cried talking about trying to find a way to get a win with these kids. Can you talk about the emotions that you personally put into this and what it's like to try to turn this corner?
Thanks, appreciate that. No, it's, we, not just me, but our, my family, our coaches' family, these players' families, we pour our heart into this. This isn't just something we do to check a box to get a check. And so that's something I talk about. It's not always about winning and losing. It's about competing. You want to compete in everything you do because there's so many variables that you can't account for that has to do with winning and losing. But you can compete. You can control that. And so I felt like we were competing, and something that I've always realized is that what winning does give you is a platform. That's one reason, like Tim Tebow when they was winning at Florida, that's one reason why his message got out there. Because there were probably other Christian quarterbacks in the SEC, but their message wasn't getting out there because they weren't winning. And so that was another reason why I wanted to get a win, is so that the things we were talking about and the things we were trying to do and the things we were promoting, our kids saw some relevance in it, and that gave them some stake. So you're trying to make me cry again.
One final question for the 2 players, Taylor and Bailey. Tell us what it means to strap that helmet on with a W on it, knowing that for the last 10 years as you were in school, all the times that Weaver made it deep into the playoffs and all, what type of tradition now is on your shoulders?
Well, just for us to be able to put the helmet on this year is real good because, for the longest we didn't know if we was going to be able to play because of COVID. But hopefully we can make a run in the playoffs this year like we have in the past.
I agree. I think we have. I think we can get a solid team this year and progress like we've been doing in the summer, and hopefully get to the playoffs.
Okay, Coach Taylor, your final comments.
Well, again, just appreciate y'all for doing this, and just, you know, the thing I'll say is don't take any moment for granted. That was something when we got shut down, I got to spend more time with my kids and my family than I have in a long time. And so, but I also was away from these guys for longer than I had, and we were trying to build something. So those relationships, whether it's your family, whether it's your teammates, whether it's your coaching staff, don't take those for granted. And you know, I'm hoping we can get out of this situation and we can keep going and we can get to play a full season and our spring sports get to play and our winter sports get to play, because more than anything, our kids deserve that. Win or lose, they deserve to be around their teammates, their coaches, and get to experience the things that we all got to experience, their senior years, their junior years, those things. So, you know, just don't take it for granted and enjoy every moment and use every growth opportunity you can. Nothing's a setback. Everything's a win or a learning opportunity.
Very good. Good luck this season. The Weaver Bearcats.
Thank y'all.
Aniston Orthopedics continues to provide a legacy of outstanding sports injury care on and off the field, keeping our players in the game. Aniston Orthopedics offers our Saturday morning sports injury clinic from 8 to 10 a.m. throughout the high school football season. Aniston Orthopedics also offers full-service physical therapy and occupational therapy departments. To learn more, visit our website at www.anistonortho.com. Aniston Orthopedics, located in the Tyler Center adjacent to RMC.
Whatever happens, we'll be there with you and your home every step of the way in your journey back. ServPro, like it never even happened.
Griffin Laser Engraving in Lincoln is your authorized local dealer for personalized Yeti products. Get your Yeti customized for your team, a business, or a special event. Your color, graphics, even photos. At Griffin Laser Engraving, we make it the way you want it. Order just one or hundreds, and you'll find a full line of Yeti coolers and accessories on hand, even the hard-to-find items. Nationally recognized, but right here at home in Lincoln for quality awards, trophies, powder coating, and personalized Yeti items, Griffin Laser Engraving.
Alexandria competes in 5A Region 6. Their region opponents are Center Point, Corner, Hayden, Leeds, Lincoln, Moody, and St. Clair County. Coach Todd Ginn is the head coach, and Coach, we will start with your opening comments.
Well, I think it's probably been universally said here today. You know, we were all hoping that we could get this thing going, and now we got a chance to, and, you know, we can't wait. as far as, we're concerned, I think we've got last year we talked about how young we were and how, we needed a lot of younger guys to step up. And this time, most of those guys that were sophomores and juniors will now be seniors and juniors. And we're a lot more veteran group this time. Still got some young guys, young talent, but we got some great leadership and got a great group of, going to have a lot more depth than we've had in the past. And just looking forward to, I know these guys are, we were talking about it as we were eating a great cheeseburger out there just a second ago. We were talking about how we're just happy that, they wanted to put the pads on next week. And I said, fellas, let's just tone it back. But as soon as we can get them on, we will. So, just really looking forward to what this season, the challenges of it. These young guys, high school football, sports in general, are just so important for their development and their future. And I'm just really, really glad and pleased that we're going to move forward.
Question, Coach?
Yeah, Todd, in terms of the guidance that the HSA is putting out, the best practices, what are some of the practical things you see there? What are your reactions to some of the things that they have in there?
Well, I think as we're concerned and what we've been doing, and we've been blessed to go on with workouts and do the things, but disinfecting and keeping them in the same groups to start with, we know that can't go on because now, when you start playing football, you're going to be right there at it, in close quarters. And talking about what you said, I kind of thought it was funny because I heard some people yesterday, and I don't know, but I thought it's funny that we only send one person out for the coin toss when there's 22 guys about to, be getting at it out there, and we're worried about going out for the coin toss. I thought that was kind of funny, but, the AHSAA is doing the best they can with the information they have, and I think we're just really, really excited. Whatever they put in place, we'll work with, we'll do. Just give us the opportunity to play and let these guys play, and that's what it's about. So whatever we have to do to make that happen, we'll be willing to do it for sure.
Coach, can you talk about the two young men you brought with you today?
Yeah, I brought on my left, I got Drew Brown, he's a senior. Just a extremely hard worker, has started on the line, Drew, I don't know, I guess 10 years, haven't you? But he's been there, very, very strong kid, very, very disciplined kid, high character, extremely proud of the way he's carried himself and his leadership. And, we tell these guys, we don't shy away from it at all. We tell them there's a lot of pressure on you, and he knows that. I mean, he knows that when we need 2 yards, we come behind him. And that's just the way it is. And the good thing about Drew is he embraces that and has no problem. He plays the game with a lot of emotion, but he's a guy that you would love for your daughter to date as well. So it's really, really good character kid, but an extremely hard worker. And then on my right, I have Dakari Garrett. Once again, just a guy that has really, really bought in to what we do at Alexandria, and just guys like him. There's one thing about these two guys up here. We have such good senior leadership, and I've only been back at Alexandria for 3 years. This is my 3rd year, but this year, normally I have to sit back and we talk as coaches about who we're going to bring, but this year we actually left it up to the seniors because we have so many good leaders that are seniors this time that we left it up to them. And these guys, Dakari and Drew, barely won that because, like I said, we have so many quality guys. But that's one thing we're looking at this year is we have a good leadership, and it's really good that we're going to get to play. But Dakari, he'll play on the line, he'll play in the backfield for us. To be honest, he'll play wherever we want him to play. That's the kind of kid he is. He doesn't care. I think his size will give him a chance to play on the next level. Just these two guys are just unreal character guys, and then that shows in how hard they work, and they're going to be successful on the field this year, I can promise you.
Coach, got a question there in the front.
Yes.
Yes, this is for Drew and Dakari. you know, when you're in the 8th, 9th, 10th grade, you don't seem like your senior year is ever going to get there. Now it has, and now that we know we're going to play, and that's behind you, what, to follow up with Coach Ginn's comments, what have you changed this year being in a leadership role mentally or in front of your other teammates? What have you changed to be a leader?
This year, me personally, I try to make sure I work even harder in front of all the younger teammates and even the ones that, even our fellow seniors, because we all got our whole team, like Coach said, all of the seniors are really good leaders. We all have a tight group, good friendship, good brotherhood. So all we got to do really is just keep on working hard and keep buying into what Coach is playing and what he wants us to do. So it's really not really much we have to change because we've always been a tight group and we always had many good leaders.
Drew?
Like Dakari said, we're a real tight group. And the main thing I've realized that you gotta, when it's your senior year, you gotta change, is that you know that all the 11th through 9th graders are looking at you. So you gotta make sure that you're working harder than everybody else so that they buy in. And if everybody buys in, you got a good chance of having a real good season if everybody buys in.
Question.
To Dakari and Drew, you've been to the playoffs the last 2 years under Coach Ginn, won a playoff game. What's the next step for this program, and what do you think's out there for you guys this year?
Next step for us is for any team really wants is a state championship. We really just want to take every game, one game at a time, win every week. But our ultimate goal is to win a state championship this year.
I think the biggest thing is just focus on going 1-0 every week. And if you go 1-0 every week, then you have a good chance of going deep in the playoffs and eventually winning the state championship. And this goes farther than just this year. It's Alexandria in total.
Another question to the players. What instance last year can you point back to that was maybe gut check time that's making you work even harder this year? Was it the last loss, or was it something particular in a particular game?
Last year, there's one game we played that we were playing starters last year, and we actually were winning at first, but then through the game, we may have got a little relaxed, and we started losing our progression, losing our momentum. So we all had to band together and come as a team, and that game really showed me that any team can beat any team. So we all had to buy in after that game, keep on working hard, keep on working, and make sure that never happened again. And also the Etowah game, it really took a toll because we really should have won that game. But after those two games, those are two games that we really got to buy in. We knew we had to buy in more.
Drew?
I would say the Sardis game, just because we had to fight and won it in overtime, and we fought real hard that game. And the second round loss, just because how close we were to winning that game, and to lose by one, that was real hard.
Question.
Yeah, Todd, the landscape of your region's changed quite a bit this year. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, quite a bit is probably an understatement. The athleticism that has changed from our region last year to this year is tremendous difference. But like I said, I think we're ready for whatever challenge. That's one thing about these guys. Y'all ask them what their expectations were. If they'd have said anything other than a state championship, then I would have been very disappointed. And y'all say 5A football, y'all are one of the smallest teams in 5A football, but hey, we're Alexandria as well. And, you can't forget about that we expect to win every game. I mean, it doesn't matter what we put out there on the field, we expect to win. And when that's one thing about these guys, they told you they didn't have to do a whole lot, just step up and fill a role that was there last year. When they talk about the things they have to do as leaders, there's a certain criteria that our community and our fans expect us to play at and be at a certain level. And a lot of people say, well, that's a lot of pressure, and that's one thing with people used to ask me when I took the job if I felt pressure behind that. Heck, we're going to be competitive. You know, when you're a competitive person, that's all you want to do is compete. So, you know, expectation-wise, region-wise, what does it matter? Let's play them. Let's go, and let's try to be prepared. We're going to be prepared as a coaching staff. We're going to work these kids extremely hard, and until they make us start playing flag football, when you come to Alexandria, you're going to get hit. And that's just the way it's going to be, and that's the mentality we have, and that's what our fans expect to see.
Question, Coach.
Hey, Coach, you just mentioned the high expectations going forward for this squad and for yourself. You have the opportunity to put your stamp on the program as the team that secures the 600th win in Valley Cub history. What does that mean to you and to the players and everyone who's come before you?
I didn't know that. So, how many we got to win to get there? Three. Maybe we can get three. Maybe we can get three. To answer your question, heck, that's what we were talking about. Everybody before us. That's the pressure that these guys have. Everybody that's ever played before you, being able to look those guys in the eyes and realize, hey, 600 wins, we were a part of that. You know, being able to look the old timers in the eyes that I'm becoming one of now, you know, slowly but surely, but being able to look the old timers in the eyes and them guys come by and respect what these guys are doing and how they're playing. And like I said, I can't say it enough. You hear a lot of times, come watch our team go out to eat pregame when we travel. Come watch our team hang out anywhere, and you're going to see character guys, 100% character guys, and even the guys that are lacking character, because we can all act like we don't have them, but we do have them. But even the guys that struggle with character because of the way these guys carry themselves, those guys, that's what I'm talking about. Without football, some of these younger guys would have missed out on that opportunity to build that character that, you know, you have, like I say, you have a lot of people talk, sure, we're going to have, these guys are going to mess up, I'm going to mess up, but character-wise, you come watch us, you ask the ladies out there about their manners just a second ago, and it's not what I do, it's a reflection of our whole school, their parents, the community, the way they're raised. It's just, people say it's great to be a Valley Cub, but you can't understand that till you're here and around it. So really just looking forward to everything that this season has to offer.
Question, Coach.
Todd, obviously a lot of attention on Ronnie. Just kind of how is he handling that at a young stage of his career, and then also what do you expect of him this year?
Well, you know, when you talk about Ronnie, you know, the key with Ronnie is these guys will tell you up here, and you can get them in private, you can talk to them wherever. Ronnie is you're not going to outwork him. You're not going to outwork Ronnie Royal. He's a 9th grader, and he's going to work as hard as anybody. So a kid like that makes it easy to pull for. You know, a lot of your superstars and on your teams or whatever, we know these two aren't crazy. They know Ronnie is a great player. I mean, a really great player. But Ronnie is also going to work his tail off. And when a good player works his tail off, because the biggest thing you have with great players is jealousy. Jealousy comes into play. That's the biggest thing you have in a football program in general. Drew not wanting to block for a guy because that guy's constantly talking about himself over and over and over and over and over. You know what I mean? That would be crazy to say. Dakari saying, I don't want to make this block this time for somebody because they talk about themselves all the time. Ronnie's not that guy. Ronnie's going to tell you, hey, these guys are why I can do what I can do. And like I said, when a good player works his tail off, it's hard to be jealous of him. Outsiders can be jealous, but insiders know. You know what I mean? Our team knows, just like these guys. Dakari works his tail off. Drew works his tail off. Therefore, they deserve whatever they get. You know, it's not something that you can be jealous of because they work their tail off.
Coach, you mentioned the senior leadership.
Yeah.
In addition to these two young men, take a moment and mention 3 or 4 names that we need to hear about, leaders on your team.
Well, you know, I wish I'd have brought a list because I'm going to forget somebody, but luckily we got good enough guys that they won't hold it on me too bad. You know, other than these 2 guys come to mind,
y'all may have to help me out. Grady Trantham comes to mind. Going to be a great linebacker for us. Works his tail off. Just Jalen Logan, tackle. Been starting at tackle probably as long as Drew has. Chastain. Yeah. Man, you're talking about somebody who has really, really worked his tail off in the weight room. And is going to give himself a chance to play. Caleb McCulley, center. I don't know if Caleb was 6'4", 260, I don't know if there'd be a better center in Alabama. I really don't, because of how smart and how well he can do things. We actually were talking about the other day, we usually, at center's a pretty easy position usually in our philosophy, because all you do is block backside a lot in the stuff we do. But we're pulling him, we're doing some things with him just because he's a really, really smart and dedicated kid and works hard. Who else am I missing, fellas? Barnes, Ethan Barnes. Man, can't say enough about Barnes. Started at wide receiver last year, tore his ACL, and, from the second he tore his ACL, yeah, he was disappointed, but, man, he was ready to go, and he has worked his tail off. And, just over and over and over again, those guys just, we talked about, CJ Orr, didn't get to play a lot as much as he probably thought he should have last year, but man, just worked so hard. And that's one thing about these guys. We're talking about going 2 and 3 deep at every position, when usually in the past we've talked about maybe not having one at a position, and that's just, they know the competition's there. They're ready for it. We're ready for it as coaches. That's what I told them. I said, do not, we talk about being in shape and doing a bunch of things. I said, you make sure you're not the reason you don't play. You make sure that you've done everything you can to touch the field, and then inevitably it's our job as coaches to put out there who we think gives us the best opportunity to win games, and then you become the best teammate you can inside of our system. And our guys are so mature, they buy into that so well, and just a great group of guys to be around.
Question, Coach?
Todd, you got a lot of mileage out of the Wildcat last
Yeah.
year. Is that going to be the look again this year, or can you do things a different way, I guess, with this group?
Whatever you want to call it, Wildcat, snapping the ball to your best playmaker is a good thing. So are we going to do that? Yeah, you bet. You bet we're going to do that. Do we have some other options? Yes. And we had options last year, but, man, I think so many people were surprised by what we were doing that it just worked so well for us to keep doing and keep doing. And, Wesley Wright, people don't really know it, but he can throw the ball around a good bit too. So, and we've got more athletes than we've had in a while. So we've got some things we can do different. Will we do those different? If we snap the ball to Ronnie 50 times and run downhill all night long, we won't do anything different. But will we be prepared to do something different if we need to be? Sure.
Let's get some final thoughts from the two players first, and then, Coach, you can close it out.
Okay.
Dakari, Drew?
This season really is just what it means to me as a senior. It's our last time to be an Alexandria Valley Cub. So this year, I know my team's gonna do everything they can to make this the best season for me, and not just for me, but for all the seniors. Because, like I said earlier, we have a tight group of players, from our seniors to our 8th graders, 7th graders, all the junior high players. We all are really close, and we share a brotherhood. So I'm sure this year is going to be the best year I've ever had.
Just knowing that this is the last year you'll get to play with the same 15 or 20 players that you've played with since kindergarten, first grade, it's going to make you work harder. And just being able to play this year and having a chance to do something with the same 15, 20 guys you've been playing with since kindergarten, first grade is just a big deal to me.
And then in closing for us, I think the biggest thing when we talk about our schedule, we start off with Jacksonville, and then we play Center Point. Are we mature enough? Sure, we want to be 2-0. After those first 2 games, we want to be 2-0. Are we mature enough if we're 0-2, 1-1, to still do what we know we need to do? And I can go ahead and tell you the answer, of course, is yes. We start off 0-2. You may hear a lot of people say, well, they're not this, they're not that, they're not this. Come week 10, we'll be there. We'll be there. So just we'll continue to get better every week. And like I said, Drew said it best. I like it, Drew. 1-0 every week. It sounds pretty daggum good to me. So we're going to do what we can do through whatever we have to do. I'm sure as this year progresses, I don't know what's going to happen with this virus or what they're going to do, but we will jump through whatever hoop we need to jump through to make this season happen. And I can promise you we will be in shape when we do get a chance to play.
Very good. Good luck on the season. Alexandria Valley Cubs.
Step into the offices of J. Britt Middlebrook CPA, where you'll find professional one-on-one service for business and individual clients. In this ever-changing tax and economic climate, you can count on receiving the expert advice you need. J. Britt Middlebrook works hard to provide every client what they need to meet all deadlines. Tax season will be here soon. For all your accounting service needs, call or stop by at 1913 Berry Street in Oxford. That's J. Britt Middlebrook, CPA.
Harrison Sports and Chiropractic, located in Anniston, Alabama, is dedicated to their patients. Car accidents, injuries, pain management, or even if you're just feeling the wear and tear of everyday life, Dr. Farr and Dr. Harrison can help. Call them today at 256-231-0417 or like them on Facebook. Walk-ins are welcome, most insurance accepted. Contact them today. That's 256-231-0417.
Oh Lord, Coach, I'm nervous.
Very good.
If I get up,
Now we're up on the stage at our 2020 Media Day is Pleasant Valley High School. Pleasant Valley competes in the 3A Region 5. The region opponents are Glencoe, Hoax Bluff, Ohatchee, Piedmont, Sachs, Weaver, and Welborn. Their head coach is Jonathan Nix. So, Coach Nix, we will start with your opening comments, sir.
I just appreciate y'all doing this event. Excited to start next week. It's hard to imagine not having football in the fall. And just the camaraderie that you get with kids. I know that these two are so excited. I was able to bring Caleb Ramsey, starting inside linebacker last year, and then Justin Winningham, who plays tight end and strong safety. And so us as coaches, when we picked who was going to come, these two guys right here have really went out of their way to make sure that they're at each workout that we've had this summer. I don't think either one of them's missed a workout. Also, it's the little things that you recognize sometimes that you don't even see what's going on until maybe a couple of weeks into it. But we basically set up some cones, and so when the kids would come through for their workouts, we would scan them in their car, and that way that they're not even out of their car yet or anything like that. And so our workout started at 7 a.m. We didn't start scanning until 6:40. So Caleb would get ticked if somebody was the first one at the cone to get scanned in. So he started getting there about 6:15 to wait to be the first kid to get scanned in. And so some of the kids would, hey, who's going to try to beat Caleb there today to try to get in there? And so it's just the accountability of being there and the teammates recognizing that. And to me, that goes a long way as a coach, that it matters for the kids to compete at everything they do. So, we appreciate y'all for having this event. I love these events like this because you get to brag on your kids, you get to brag on your community, and you get to brag on football.
Question, Coach.
And Jonathan, kind of what's your reaction to what the HSA announced yesterday, and then too, just the new guidelines they put out? Just what do you see there from a practical standpoint, and how that all works out?
We had a coaches meeting 2 days before they put the guidelines out, and just tried to go through every scenario that we could go through to make this practice as efficient and following guidelines as best that we can. And so we were kind of prepared with it, but I like what they put out, and and it's something that we're trying to teach all of our kids, coaches, and it's something that I'm daily having to learn. A lot of times that the stuff that's coming out, we really have no control over controlling what's coming out. The only thing we got control over is how we are going to react to it. Are we going to let whatever the problem is bother us all day, affect everybody around us? Or are we going to find, what's the positive in this situation? The positive is, come Monday, that us coaches get to be around players, and those players get to try to impact us. In return, we get to impact them, and to me, that's what it's all about.
Coach, can you talk a little bit about your region this year moving forward, about what you expect to see in the region?
Well, the region's still tough, I can tell you that. Ohatchee's coming in, and Hoax Bluff's coming in. You lose Randolph County, you lose B.B. Comer, but the two that Ohatchee was already on our schedule. That's the second oldest rivalry in Pleasant Valley. I think them and White Plains are both tied. So with us having White Plains back on the schedule, that's good for it's good for the county. It's good for the two communities, and having them and Ohatchee on there. It's that's what everybody loves about high school football, is those teams that you've always played, but there's no off weeks in our region. Our region is what it is. We've been so close, but this is not horseshoes. You don't get points for leaners or anything like that. So you just got to go back and figure out what can you do different. Each year the teams worked harder and harder. Each year the kids have grown tougher and tougher. Our injuries have went down, and that's the key thing in this region, is trying to be injury-free. Sometimes you can't help it. It's not that a kid doesn't work hard sometimes with injuries, but most of the time, in the past, our injuries came with kids that, hey, they didn't work out during school. They didn't come to summer workouts. I think we've had 5 injuries in the last 2 years where kids missed a game, 5 or 6. My first 2 years, first year we had like 18 kids miss at least a half of a game. So, and I think that goes directly back to these kids for believing in the weight room, the other coaches at other sports pushing them in the weight room, administration pushing them in the weight room, to understand that in today's world, if you're going to play a contact sport, you better be in the weight room.
This question I have is for both players. What transpired through last season to make you want to come back your senior year after we lost everything we did in the spring? What did you find in yourself to make you want to drive and come out and finish your senior year the right way?
The love for the team. It's just, we're always together, so why not finish off together?
Anything?
Yeah, as Justin said, the love for the team. I mean, it's my senior year. We really wanted to play football and everything else.
To Caleb and Justin, obviously last year there was a lot of talk about, getting over that playoff hurdle. How much is that still a motivating factor for you guys?
Well, that game against BB Comer was terrible. I mean, our whole team was devastated because we couldn't go to the playoffs that year. This year we'll make sure we'll get that job done and see what we have in store for this year.
It's motivation. It's going to push us to get to where we want.
And I'll say this, like each year, they've been a game away. I think the last 3 years, there's been tiebreaker scenarios where it will put us in for one more game, just one more win. And so each senior class that's come through has let that be their motivating factor of how can we push a little bit harder. But, it's one thing to say it. It's another thing to line up in the car line at 6:20 in the morning. So there's a lot of us that'll say stuff sometimes, but I'm wanting to see this senior group get kids to lead by action. Without action, it's just talk. And so we've had, a lot of kids doing extra. And this year's been tough because they're having to do a lot of this on their own. Before, you're getting, I miss the daily, I'm in the weight room. There's close to 200 athletes, 7 through 12 boys and girls that run through the weight room each day at Pleasant Valley. I'm the face that they see coming into the weight room. I miss that. There's days that they don't feel like working out that you get to motivate them to get the task done no matter what sport they play. And so that's something that COVID's kind of taken away from you. So every time that you're around them, you're trying to say, all right, now you've got to do some of this stuff on your own. So the only way I can check up on you is to send a text or something like that. And so it's really forced kids to be leaders on their own, which I think we'd all agree in today's society, kids that can think on their own feet in a positive manner is what we need more than anything.
Question.
Lost a lot of key seniors from last year. Just who steps into those roles for you?
There's certain, it's always tough, any senior that you lose, and I know we had a lot of key seniors, but we got a lot of juniors that helped those key seniors last year. So, and I think that's going to be the fun part next week, to see how many of these kids have grown up and are ready for a little more responsibility. And we've got some kids that I feel like is going to be open to that challenge and to step in some of these roles. But not taking anything away from our seniors that just graduated, because they laid a huge foundation down for the team. I had a parent tell me the other day that, hey, do you realize that it's only the third time in school history that they've been 2 years without a losing season? So those seniors had a part in that, just like these guys right here had a part in that. And so to me, it's about what can you pass on to the next group to make sure, all right, here's the standard. Not only is this a standard, but how can we make the standard a little higher each year? And so I think that's what each year, each class has tried to do, that, try to make the standard higher. That, we're not happy with 5 and 5. If I get happy with 5 and 5, I'd soon turn my whistle in. So we've got to keep building from that.
This is a question for Justin and Caleb. Knowing that your coach picked you two today, out of everybody on the team, to come to this prestigious event, what does that tell you about the trust he has in you, and also how does that make you want to lead when you're off the field at home or out on a Friday night or in the classroom?
It's an honor. It's crazy to think that he picked us two out of everyone, and we're going to put in the work and lead.
Yeah, it's an honor for Coach Nix to pick me and Justin for this, because me and Justin got to fill a big role. The seniors left last year, and as Coach Nix said, they laid down a big foundation, and they helped me and Justin become the leaders we are today.
me getting there at 6:20 in the morning was just because the seniors last year, they told me if you want it, just go get it. Me and Justin are up there almost every day, early as can be.
Caleb, as a senior linebacker this year, what kind of goals do you set for yourself on a weekly or a game basis? Do you try to have so many tackles a game or anything, and then if you hit that, you feel like you've done it? What kind of goals do you set? And then I'll ask Justin the same thing.
To be honest with you, it's an easy thing to say. My goal is to win every single game. Win. That's what I want to do. I don't worry about the tackles or anything. I just want us as a family and us as a team to win. Get the job done.
That's exactly how I feel. We just need to win, and that's our one goal.
Any other questions? Yes.
This is for Coach Nix. Coach, I asked Coach Etheridge earlier when we watched Coach Savarese yesterday, it seemed like if we get to a point to where there's games that are going to be forfeited, that the AHSAA has kind of left the door open for them to possibly even step in and seed the playoffs or something along those lines. Do you have any clarity on that at this point?
I do not. It just seemed like to me, listening to it, that you better take each day as an opportunity to be around your kids and play football, because none of us knows what tomorrow holds. Guidelines and regulations change by the minute. It's almost like buying a new laptop at Best Buy. A month later, the laptop you bought's obsolete. So we just got to keep checking, and every day that you get to be around these kids, just, treat it like it's the last. And I think that's a good way for all of us to try to, push each day, because you can worry and you can sit here and make plan after plan, but your plan very well could change at the drop of a hat.
Talk about your non-region opponents this year that we may not be familiar with. We know what kind of region you play in. And then after that, we'll have some final statements from all three of you.
All right, our three non-region this year is Donahoe and West End and White Plains. White Plains we haven't been able to match up with lately, but that's at the end of the season. Both of us talked about in the future trying to move that game to earlier in the season. And then Donahoe's a new one. It just happened to be that the week 0, a couple of years we were able to play 5 games and have that break at week 5, and I really feel like that helped us because the region is so brutal. So it's a little more important to do, instead of doing a fall jamboree. We've always done a fall jamboree with Hoax Bluff in the past. We played a quarter of junior high, a quarter of JV, and a quarter of varsity. And me and Coach Rob both were just, if the kids get in there and get 2 series apiece, that's fine. Because the last thing you want to do is get a kid injured in a fall jamboree in a game that really doesn't matter. But it does matter to the kids, because you're putting a helmet on, you're putting a mouthpiece in, and every time they do that, it should matter. So I'm kind of excited that we're going 5 straight games, and then you've got that week if you need recovery to kind of freshen up. And it helped us then, because that week we really worked like it was the first week of football and did a lot of fundamentals and things like that. So that kind of helped us on that. And then we kept West End on the schedule as a non-region, so that's our 3 non-regions.
Let's close it out. We'll ask the players first to just kind of tell us what you're expecting for this year and any final thoughts you may have.
I'm really expecting us to be good this year. I'm not going to sugarcoat it or anything. Whatever happens, happens.
It's a big adversity to have to go through, and we'll just see how we come out.
Coach Nix, your final comments.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank y'all for making this event possible for these kids. I appreciate the leadership on some of the questions you asked these kids, for these kids to think about, for each kid that comes today to think about, why did your coach choose you? I mean, that was a good question for them to take home. How can you let that impact the rest of your team? But we appreciate y'all doing this. It's a great event, and I know it's going to carry on. So thank y'all and for supporting us and bringing us here.
Thank you. Good luck, Pleasant Valley Raiders, coming up this fall.
Aniston Orthopedics continues to provide a legacy of outstanding sports injury care on and off the field, keeping our players in the game. Aniston Orthopedics offers our Saturday morning sports injury clinic from 8 to 10 a.m. throughout the high school football season. Aniston Orthopedics also offers full-service physical therapy and occupational therapy departments. To learn more, visit our website at www.anistonortho.com. Aniston Orthopedics, located in the Tyler Center adjacent to RMC.
I found out a few weeks ago that we've got a very special individual here in Calhoun County that reached a milestone that not many people knew about. Mr. Steve Hayes here from out in the Walter Wellborn community has last fall completed his, to what I understand, his 50th year of officiating high school football. And when I learned that, I thought, somebody needs to recognize that, and who else other than the quarterback club to do that, and where else other than at Media Day. So today we have a very special plaque that we would like to give Steve Hayes. And it says the Calhoun County Quarterback Club proudly honors Steve Hayes for 50 years of dedicated service officiating high school football, dated July the 24th, 2020. And then we've also got a beautiful bouquet of flowers for his loving wife, Virginia. And any official will tell you that if they don't have somebody supporting that at home, they won't make it 50 years. Is that right, Steve?
You got that right. She has really been good about that.
Take just a moment and tell us, why does a guy commit to getting out in the cold, the rain, being called every name in the book from the stands? And then when you get home at 11:30, you still got to take the trash out because you forgot to do it before you left. Why does a guy do that for 50 years?
Well, you've got to have the passion of love for the kids, for the coaches, and for the schools. We've got some of the greatest administrators, coaches, and young men that play this sport. And if you don't love it, then you can't be around it. That's the reason the kids play. They love what they do. We love what we do. We enjoy serving them. And I thank God that He's given me the ability to serve such fine people.
Do you worry about the future of officiating with not as many young guys going into it as they used to?
I do. And with stuff going on like this year, we don't know from one day to the next what we're going to do. They've changed some of the rules right at the last minute that's going to help these kids and the coaches. So it changes. There's other stuff that the kids wants to get into, but you can't beat the sport of football.
How much longer, I've got to ask, how much longer do you see yourself officiating?
Well,
Jenny says until he drops dead.
Well, I probably got maybe a couple more years. It's getting time for me to slow up. Legs is, this is a 12-month year for us. Officiating don't stop when the off season comes around. Now, I've got to stay in shape constantly. I've got to stay in books, you know, and I deal with the schools. So it's a 12-month thing. So it's getting time. There's younger folks, we encourage the high school, the coaches, to send us their players. Get them involved into officiating. They've got the background for it.
Well, time doesn't allow us for you to tell a couple of stories, but on behalf of the Quarterback Club of Calhoun County and everyone in this room and those watching live stream, we thank you. We thank you so much for your commitment to high school athletics. Give them a nice hand, will you? All right, we got Anderson High up in the next 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Now up on the stage at 2020 Media Day is Anniston High School. Anniston competes in 4A Region 4. Their opponents this year are Cherokee County, Cleveland County, Hanley High School, Jacksonville, Mumford, and White Plains. Their head coach is Mr. Rico White, and so Coach White, we'll start with your opening comments, sir.
Yes, first of all, I'm glad to be here. It's another season. It's a blessing to be able to play football. At times we thought it was going to be taken away from us, but the good Lord provided for us to be able to play. So I'm looking forward to this season. The kids have been working hard. We, as coaches, we put a plan together and just getting ready to have a great season.
First question.
Rico, just what was your reaction to what the HSA announced, and in particular some of the guidelines that just the practical machinations of it? Just what are your thoughts about all that?
Man, once they released that we could play, I think I went outside and just got the water hose and started shooting up in there. Just, elated. That's what we do. We football guys. We love football, and to just think it's going to be taken away, that's tough. But all year long we've been following the guidelines that they provided, so that's nothing new. It's very tedious, time-consuming, but you must do it. Same way we love football, we got to love living. So we do that and do things the right way.
Coach, you want to talk about who you brought with you today and why?
Yes, sir. To my right here is Raquez McEldry. He's a sophomore. He started as a freshman as offensive tackle. He has several offers. He's been offered by South Carolina and some more SEC schools, so he's having a great year so far. And right here to my left is Devin Holder. He played receivers for us last year, and I'm looking forward to big things from him this year.
Question, Coach.
Coach, reclassification, realignment throws 4A Region 4 in the South. Two of the teams are going to end up with some hefty travel plans in that first week of the playoffs. Certainly hope you're not one of them, but talk about that region and the possibility of that travel as we look down the road.
Well, first off, the region, to me, it got tougher. They took Asheville and they took Host Bluff out this region. All year, the last 2 years, we had to play against Darren Meade at Host Bluff, and he's finally graduated, and here we go. you bring Hanley and you bring Mumford in. Those are great programs. You got great tradition. We got our hands full, but I tell you what, we plan to be at home. We plan to be at home in the first round because going south is a long way from here. So, but we're looking forward to the challenges.
Question.
Rick Wes, Coach talked about how the recruiting has really picked up for you. Just what's that been like, and kind of what have you learned about through the experience so far?
I just got to give it all to my coaches, God, the man above. He's the reason why I'm here today, and I worked hard, really, really hard last season to get where I am now, and I got to extend my progression and my techniques and everything in my position and make sure that we can win this year.
All right, this is for Coach White. You've seen success on the field. You've seen success off of it as far as being able to get multiple guys signed with universities and whatnot. What's the expectation and the mindset been like over these last few years, and where it shifted not only this program but these players in Anniston High School football?
Yes, the biggest thing when I first came in is setting a standard and being unbending on that standard, holding the kids accountable, holding myself accountable, holding the administration and everyone accountable. We have a plan, and it's all about the kids. It's not about us. It's not about me. It's strictly about these kids. The last 2 years, yeah, we made the first round the first year, and then we went to the semifinals last year. That still ain't our goal. We got higher goals. We got higher expectations. Apparently, I didn't do enough. The players didn't do enough to get to where we were trying to go, and that was Jordan Hare to win the whole thing. But I'll tell you what, this year we're working to get there. And like I said, we got standards on and off the field. The kids will tell you, Anderson High is a whole different place. They know the expectations. I got great assistant coaches that hold the same expectation that I have. So we look forward to every day, not just getting to a game or getting to a championship. Every day we happy to be there. The biggest thing is making Anderson High excited. So that's what we do.
This is for Devin. This summer, all that was going on, and whether we're going to play, whether we're not going to play, what was in your mind the whole time until we heard, hey, we're going to play? Did you hear from your coach? Did he have y'all do any things to prepare while you were at home and not able to come in and meet together?
Just staying clean was our main focus. We came in, worked out, sprayed down everything. We were just staying clean. That was our main focus.
Question, Coach.
Yeah, Coach, you mentioned the region's gotten tougher. I agree with you. Handicap the region for us a little bit. I mean, it seems to me that the top four spots are going to be pretty even, and you're not going to be able to stumble too much.
Absolutely. I mean, when you say handicap, it's not handicap. That region is tough. I tell you what, moving Hanley and Mumford Inn didn't help at all. But it's good football. We're looking forward. And I can't say I can predict who's going to do what. But I tell you what, we plan to be in the mix. And we're excited about it. Like I said, my kids done work, and we believe in you reap what you sow. So we done put the work in, and we're looking forward to it.
Question, Coach.
Rico obviously lost a lot of production from last year on offense. Just who steps into those roles, for AJ, Tony, quarterback? Just take us through that.
Well, this year we're returning 5 starters on offense and 2 starters on defense, which, we was young last year. I'll be honest with you, we started 3 freshmen last year on the offensive line, which that's going to really help us this year. I'm one of the coaches, I don't believe in playing you got to be a senior or a junior. I play the best players. And as long as you understand what the standard is and you get out there and perform, you'll be okay. But the biggest thing, we have a plan, and follow the plan, follow the system, and buy into what we got going on, and you'll have success. But overall, we lost some guys, but hey, we're not worried about that. We moving forward.
Question, Coach.
Coach, I think you opened with Welburn. It's a series that hasn't been played since 1999. Ask the players, what's your thoughts about playing Welburn and getting that series restarted?
Well, as far as me personally, I think it's great. I wish we could play the Welburns, the Sacks, the Oxford. That's these games, that mean so much to the community. It means so much to Anderson and ourselves. I mean, hopefully one day we can make it all a big classic, go to Jacksonville and everybody play. It'll be great. But playing Webern, Coach Smith, I know him well. He's a great guy, and I look forward to it. I think it'll be a great game, especially kicking the season off. Our fans been talking to us about it. They excited, and they were surprised we was able to get that game scheduled. But, hey, that's when the region shifts, it was the opportunity to put those type of games in. So we did, and Coach Smith agreed, and we're looking forward to it.
It's kind of good that we got to play Wilburn. Like, we're going to play them this year. Wilburn is a good team. They made it to the 4th round like we did last year. Hey, so team, I want to play the best, to be the best. I want to play people that I know, like, it's just easy to be beat. I want to earn my way, and I want to be ready to play this game this year. And it's going to be a good game, the first game, and then the season going to carry on.
It's going to be a good game. Wilburn's a tough team. You know, we just got to come out and do our goals.
When we talked back in June, you talked about a freshman quarterback you have coming up. To tell us about him a little bit.
Yes, Jaden Lewis. He, believe it or not, the kid, he got an opportunity to play in the playoffs last year a couple of times, so he got some experience. But one thing about it, I can't say he's a starter yet. I mean, we got other guys that want to play that position, so he got his work cut out. And but as far as experience and leadership, he have all those intangibles. But at the same time, the door is wide open for whoever want to step in.
Question, Coach.
All right, this is for the both players. Raquise, you just mentioned the fact that Welborn went to the semifinals. You guys were a game away from the state championship as well. How much did that drive you all this offseason going into next year, knowing you're 4 quarters away from that ultimate goal of playing a state championship for both Raquise and for Devin?
I mean, making it to the 4th round took a lot of hard work, but at the same time, it hurt all of us and mainly the seniors. It was their last year. So when we messed up in the 4th round and we lost, 1 game away from the state championship, we got to come back 10 times harder.
Yeah, once we lost that game last year, it was just in me to work harder. If we can do that, we can go to the state finals.
Coach, at this time I would like to open up for each player to have make some final remarks, and then yourself at the end.
Just ready for the season. Just get it. Come back harder, stronger, faster, everything.
Say whatever. Well, I'll tell you what, you don't have nothing to say. But, guys, we're looking forward to the season. Hey, it's great to be able to play football. We just want everybody to stay safe and healthy, and, hey, go Dogs.
Thank you so much, Coach. Anniston High School. Welborn High School will be next in about 5 minutes.
FNN welcomes you to our live presentation of the 2020 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day from the Anniston Country Club. Media Day is presented by the Calhoun County Quarterback Club, and today's FNN coverage is brought to you by Anniston Orthopedics, continuing to provide a legacy of outstanding sports injury care on and off the field. By Brandon Steele for Place 1, Oxford City Council. On August 25th, it's time to pass the torch for new ideas. Vote Steele for Oxford City Council Place 1. By Harrison Sports Chiropractic, ever expanding and adding athlete recovery to promote better sports performance and reduce risk of injury to the athletes. And by Mike Rogers for Congress. On Election Day in November, vote to re-elect Alabama's trusted conservative fighting for you. That's Mike Rogers for Congress. Now, stand by for High School Football Media Day 2020, featuring all the schools from throughout Calhoun County on your home for high school sports. FNN, the Friday Night Network.
1, 2, hello. Better.
Whatever happens, we'll be there with you and your home every step of the way in your journey back. Serve Pro like it never even happened.
Griffin Laser Engraving in Lincoln is your authorized local dealer for personalized Yeti products. Get your Yeti customized for your team, a business, or a special event. Your color, graphics, even photos. At Griffin Laser Engraving, we make it the way you want it. Order just one or hundreds, and you'll find the full line of Yeti coolers and accessories on hand, even the hard-to-find items. Nationally recognized, but right here at home in Lincoln for quality awards, trophies, powder coating, and personalized Yeti items, Griffin Laser Engraving. Step into the offices of J. Britt Middlebrook, CPA, where you'll find professional one-on-one service for business and individual clients. In this ever-changing tax and economic climate, you can count on receiving the expert advice you need. J. Britt Middlebrook works hard to provide every client what they need to meet all deadlines. Tax season will be here soon. For all your accounting service needs, call or stop by at 1913 Berry Street in Oxford. That's J. Britt Middlebrook, CPA.
Harrison Sports and Chiropractic, located in Anniston, Alabama, is dedicated to their patients. Car accidents, injuries, pain management, or even if you're just feeling the wear and tear of everyday life, Dr. Farr and Dr. Harrison can help. Call them today at 256-231-0417 or like them on Facebook. Walk-ins are welcome, most insurance accepted. Contact them today. That's 256-231-0417.
Keep it on. Are we supposed to take these off? What about our masks? Can we take them off now? Pull it down. Or you take it. It's up to you. We can take them off up here. If you want to, everybody had the temperature check. You got a wristband, so you take them off. You put it below here, and you leave it on. Whatever you want to do. Okay. Most coaches have been. Everybody talked about having a media day for Calhoun County, and y'all made it happen. And last year I thought it was fabulous, and this year's, with everything that's going on and dealing with COVID and everything, we really do appreciate y'all still doing it and putting it on. And all our local media, y'all do an outstanding job covering high school football and Calhoun County and all of East Alabama, and we couldn't thank you enough because you make it exciting, and we sure do appreciate it. Questions?
Jeff, just what was your reaction to the HSA's announcement yesterday, and in particular, the guidelines and just going forward, how practical that is, when people start hitting?
Well, I tell you what, excitement. We knew a lot about it on Tuesday, and more Wednesday, and then of course it was made official Thursday.
So we were testing our kids this week as far as their lifts and their running this week. And then Wednesday afternoon we had them come in. We were able to tell them that everything's full speed ahead and it's a go. And man, it's great. To me as a coach, it feels like a weight lifted off your back because I know how much these kids have put in, not just this year, but all the years leading up to this year right here. And I'm just excited about them, having a chance to have a senior season.
Coach, question in front.
Coach Smith, why don't you take this time to introduce the two young men that you felt worthy to bring with you today?
Well, to my left is my son, Jet Smith. He's a senior. He is our quarterback and middle linebacker. To my right is Caden Goodwin, who plays defensive tackle and center for us. And Caden is probably our leading candidate for a valedictorian in the school. He'll be a senior also. And both of these young men been in our program since the 7th grade and have meant a lot to us.
Question right here.
I'll piggyback right off Joe's question, but this will be both for Caden and for Jet. Both seniors going into your senior year. How big was this news that you will get to play on schedule as timed, obviously with the flexibility and being able to go out and enjoy your senior season for sure?
I'm very thankful for having a season this year. Just to then make it clear that we have a season, it just, excites us and makes us ready, and just hoping everything stays as planned.
Just like Jet said, just excitement, ready to play our senior year.
Jeff, I know in the community there's been some issues. Have you been successful in trying to keep the COVID at least out of the team, or have you had any issues as far as positive tests or anything extra you've had to do?
Well, listen, it's not just our community, it's every community, and if it hadn't touched your community yet, it's going to. I mean, there's no keeping it out. We're just going by all the guidelines and the recommendations that the High School Athletic Association's put out there and the CDC has put out there, and trying to do the best we can. And I hope I don't jinx this by saying this, but I'm very thankful that we've been able to do this. But we didn't start workouts on June 1st, the very first day, because we didn't feel like we were ready to do all that we needed to do to get through the summer. So we waited a week and we started on June 8th, and we were able to get 12 workouts in June, and we got 11 in July, and so we ended up getting 23 summer workouts, and very thankful for it, and had good participation, and was able to get the kids, back in working toward conditioning and their strength that we missed, because now we were out for, from St. Patrick's Day to June 8th, and being able to get them back those 23 days and get them back to work and everything's been a big blessing. And I tell you what, I think that the way we're starting next week, with next week being all helmets and basically using that as an acclimation week, is good, because we were off for a long time, and just getting the kids out there running around on the field and cutting and doing all the football things you have to do, it takes some time to do that. And I think this week we got coming up to be able to do that. It's going to be good for us.
Question, Coach. Chet, this is for you. I know you're probably tired of answering this question, but what's it like playing for Dad, and what's something you can say about him that's off the field? I mean, I assume y'all spent a lot of time together during this COVID where you hadn't been able to go anywhere but each other. But what's it like playing for him, and what's something you can share with us that's off the field with your dad, and not maybe coach related? But
well, it's great playing for my dad and also playing for my brother too out there. Sometimes it's harder on me, but I love it, and I think it's great. I think it helps me learn more about the game, and that's the part on the field. And then off the field, my dad is a great guy, great father. I wouldn't trade him for the world, and he teaches me everything that I need to know on the field and off the field, and I appreciate it.
I thought you was going to mention JJ. That's our dog, JJ. So
another question right here. Caden, talk for a moment about all the years leading up to this senior year. Y'all taking your lumps, as a freshman, sophomore, but now you've got in front of you, behind you last year, making it to the state semifinal and being the North champion, or playing for the North championship. Is that extra pressure on you and Jet this year to go that step further? I mean, do you have that in the back of your mind?
It's not really extra pressure. It's just more motivation to be able to push harder and just do more and able to get that extra step. We missed it last year, but we're pushing even harder this year to get there.
Coach, we talked with Coach White about the opening game with Anniston. It's a series that you've played in yourself under Coach Battles. The series is tight, 15-17-1 in the 33 games that have been played. You saw class fluctuations for both schools. Talk a little bit about what this means to you and the community, and also to the players getting that opening game.
Oh, it's exciting. Coach Odell, who is basically hosting our Calhoun County Media Day, will tell you, we always would open with Anniston and close with Oxford. And, getting to get back to doing that is, I tell you what, I'm very thankful we're able to do that. And Coach White, we got a lot of respect for him and the program he's running at Anniston. I think us starting the year off, years ago, they were 6A and we were 5A, and now they're 4A and we're 3A. So we might have shrunk in size, but rekindling that old rivalry, I think it's going to be good for Calhoun County and, but good for both communities, and, something exciting for everybody to look forward to this summer. And now that it looks like we're going to get to have our season and everything, I think the excitement will do nothing but to build.
Coach, last year's right here. Last year's Piedmont-Welborn game, I was there, and it was I guess you'd call it an electric atmosphere.
Yes.
How long has it been since you felt a game of that electricity, and elaborate on just the ebbs and flow of that game? And, of course, you came out on top in the regular season, and that's why you put the practice in for games like that.
Absolutely. It was a great win. It was one, good for our players, and good for their families, and good for our community. Anybody knows anything about Welborn, football means a lot to our community. And, when our team is doing good, our community is doing good. I'm going to mention old Coach Odell again right there. He said this when I came back to be the coach at Welborn. Said no community lives or dies harder on Friday night than Welborn does, and it's the truth. It means a lot to a lot of people, and that game was very exciting. I'm going to move forward a little bit, though. When we played Randolph County in the quarterfinals, that game meant a lot, too, because, they've had our number for a lot of years. And I'm talking about before even high school. I mean, that was a team that we played in the championship every year in the little leagues and came up short. And we were finally able to beat them in the quarterfinal game, and that took a lot. And it took a lot out of our team doing that, but that was a very satisfying win, too. Now, it was on the road, didn't have the electricity the home crowd did, but we had that stadium pretty packed that night, too. It's just, moments like that I've told our players this before, and I mean this, is not everybody gets to experience that, and they were able to experience those times, and they'll remember them, for the rest of their life, and no matter what happens to them, nobody can ever take that away from them.
Elaborate more on the Welborn community. Is it because it's always been a blue-collar community, hard-working folks get up and go to the pipe shop or whatever over the years, and football is such a big part of life?
Well, yes. I'm from Welborn. I grew up out there, and I grew up in West Anniston, too, on top of that. And right there in front of the West Anniston Pipe Shop. That's where our house was and everything. And so I heard a lot of the, stories about, the older players and our community and everything. Welborn didn't have their own school for a long time. If you lived in the county, you went to Oxford, or you could pay tuition and go to Anniston, the city school. And then when we were able to finally get our own school, and it's just a lot of our school is a big beacon of pride for our community. And as far as football goes, we have a blue-collar, tough community, and it was built from a lot of our, I guess you'd say, people in front of us that worked in those pipe shops. It's a pipe shop community. Now the pipe shops aren't running anymore, but most of the people that went to Welborn were children of foundry workers. And, we had a store right in front of the West Anson Pipe Shop, and I remember those shop workers coming up, at lunch and before their shift and at lunch and right after their shift, and they had worked so hard, and they would just lay all over our front porch and everything, and they were totally spent. And, they definitely knew what the value of a hard day's work was. And so that kind of bled over into our football team and football program, and that's what they expect to see.
Question, Coach?
Yeah, Jeff, can you take just a minute to talk about how the overall quality of high school football in Calhoun County has elevated over, the past 5 years? You've got the quality of all the coaches that are in the county now. You had 5 schools play in semifinal games last year, 3 play in championship games. It just seems like the quality of football and the attention that it's getting statewide here in Calhoun County has really elevated.
Well, I mean, as far as coaches go, I think that Calhoun County and the surrounding areas have always had high-quality coaches. Think back of the 60s when you had Coach Scales and Coach Dupree and, Coach Farrell. And I can keep on Coach Holder out at Piedmont, and I can just keep on naming those guys back then. And then you go into the 70s with Coach Ingram and Bill Burgess, and Coach Bowles, and it was just some very good coaches that came through. Jack Stewart. I hope I'm not leaving anybody out because but there's always been good quality coaches, I think, through here. And as far as players go, we've always had some good athletes here. I think right now we're in an upswing right now and just got a lot of good ones at one time, and that's why you had the 5 semifinal teams last year. But now, if you go back in our past, as far back as I can remember, we've always had some outstanding players here, and it's also not only played good in high school, went on to college and had good careers too.
Question, Coach?
Jeff, obviously you have some holes to fill up front. Who steps into those roles this year?
Well, we've got several people that we've looked at right now, and that was one thing that we did miss out on spring training, and we're real anxious to get out on the field and get some guys prove themselves and everything. But, we this past week, as far as our weight room, as far as our testing in the weight room, we had good strength. We had some good 40 times, and we moved some people around and everything, and we feel like we're going to be able to put a quality product out there on the field. We've got 8 starters back on offense and 8 back on defense. So, and then now we've just got to find a few people to step in those roles.
All right, this is a non-football question. Coach mentioned it, and I didn't know this before, but Caden, you said that you were knocking on the door of being this class valedictorian. Talk about balancing football and academics, especially now when all of it looks so different, from the virtual learning to all of that, and just maybe how you're able to keep up academic and athletic success.
It's just hard work through both of them. It's once you get done practice, you come home, you do all your schoolwork, make sure all that's in order, and that's what my parents have always made sure that it's academics above all. So as long as I work hard in academics, I can keep working hard in football and other sports too.
Caden takes a lot of pride in his academics, and he always has. And his mother's our cheerleader sponsor, and she's also one of our reading specialists, and so he really has no choice on them grades. She cuts him absolutely no slack on that.
And she's a graduate of Welborn High School as well.
That's right.
Jet, let me ask you a question. Has Judd shared with you what emotions you'll go through the last time you take that Welborn helmet off after your last game?
He hasn't really said anything to me, but being on the field when I was younger, running balls for the team and stuff, I've seen all those players after their final game in the locker room and stuff, and I can see how much it means to them and how it is after their last game.
Any other questions? Okay, at this time, both the players, if you want to make any final comments, you can, and then Coach Smith, you close it out.
Just truly excited and consider myself blessed that we're able to play this last season, and can't wait to get started.
I just want to thank y'all for all y'all's questions, and just very excited for this season. Hopefully we have a good one. Everyone stay safe.
I'm going to elaborate, what Jed said. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you for what you mean to, high school football and all of high school athletics. You make it fun, and the kids appreciate it, and we appreciate it. And thank you to the Anniston Country Club for having us, and the Calhoun County Quarterback Club for putting this on. So thank you a lot.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck to the Wellborn Panthers this year.
Anniston Orthopedics continues to provide a legacy of outstanding sports injury care on and off the field, keeping our players in the game. Anniston Orthopedics offers our Saturday morning sports injury clinic from 8 to 10 a.m. throughout the high school football season. Anniston Orthopedics also offers full-service physical therapy and occupational therapy departments. To learn more, visit our website at www.annistonortho.com. Anniston Orthopedics, located in the Tyler Center adjacent to RMC.
Whatever happens, we'll be there with you and your home every step of the way in your journey back. Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
I'm just a little hunchback, you know.
Now on the stage of our 2020 Media Day is Donahoe High School. Donahoe competes in 1A Region 5. Their region opponents are Raglan, Talladega County Central, Victory Christian, Wadley, Winterboro, and Woodland High School. Their coach is Mark Sanders, and so at this time we will start. Coach Sanders, with your opening comments.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for inviting us today and for putting this on for us. We're looking really forward to having a great season this year, you know, as long as it'll last. And, you know, we're just keeping our prayers up for that everybody's going to, you know, be as safe as they can, wear a mask out in public as much as they can, and just really just put hygiene number one and keep this thing going as long as we can. You know, and football is just a great part of our society. I love the game. I love what it teaches young men. I love what it teaches us coaches through these young men, and the whole communities are affected by all of this in every aspect. And we're just really hoping this thing lasts a while, and we get to do what we love. And I'm sure all you guys do too, as well as. But our team, you know, we're looking pretty good right now, and I think. You know, in addition to the last 2 years we have great success. You know, our guys are just continuing to try to work hard to build on that. We've got some guys that have come on the team that are going to be able to help us out in different areas. You know, we're returning some good starters on both sides of the ball. We have lost 20 seniors in the last 2 years, and that has kind of put hurt us a little bit. And you know, but you know, the work ethic that our guys have and the work they put in so far is really going to make up for it. You know, and I ask our guys all the time, you know, what do you want your legacy to be at Donahoe? And these seniors, you know, and they show us every year. They put the work in. They respond to us well, and they just love the game of football. They love each other. We try to create a very family-oriented atmosphere around us where, you know, we preach love and just taking care of each other, holding each other accountable for different things, and we just want to make sure that the guy next to us is doing his part at all times, and they love each other. Our guys love each other. They love to play for each other. But as far as my guys that I have that are going to be coming back, Rich Hopkins will be, you know, right now him and Amari right here to my left is, you know, they're our two guys that are working the quarterback spot right now. Ridge had a shoulder surgery back in February. He's had a long recovery from that, but he's going to be ready to go by the season. Amari's been working a little bit at quarterback just in case anything happens, and you know, we're just hoping that his recovery goes all the way through full, and he's good to go soon. And but Amari, he's probably one of the best athletes I've ever coached, honestly, and he's getting some look at by some colleges, and man, I could put him anywhere on the field. It doesn't matter, and he's going to help us out. Justin to my right, most experienced lineman I have on the team this year, big dominating presence up there, and I know he's going to lead his guys right now on the field the way he's supposed to, and he's doing it in the weight room as well. So. Connor Goodson is another guy that's going to step up for us this year. He was our second leading tackler on the team last year, and split a little time at a little bit of running back and some tight end. We look forward to big things from him. Grant Steed, he's the last of the Steed legacy at Donahoe, and he's done great things on both sides of the ball. Where, you know, amassing some good interceptions last year and breaking through on some great runs for us last year and catching the ball. You know, he's going to help us out a lot. We got a few newcomers that I think are really going to step up and make a big difference for us. A guy named Spencer Wigley at receiver this year in corner. He's a basketball player that transferred in last year, and he's going to, I think he's going to do some big things for us. And man, we got Tyler Allen is going to be a junior this year. He was kind of plagued by injuries last year. He was a starter last year on the offensive line and he's playing center. He's good dominating presence. He's short, stocky. He's got a great base on the offensive line. He can do whatever I ask him to do, and he's very smart. Defensively as well, he's got great get off and good hands. And there's guys all over the field that I know that we're going to be able to count and we're just ready to play football, and man, we're just excited to get this thing going on Monday.
Coach, questions to start with. This is for Amari and Judson. Because of the success the last 2 years of your seniors ahead of you, what kind of standard has that set for this year, and what type of pressure or expectations does that put on you guys to carry the load this year? We'll start with you, Judson.
I think for me, it's not really a pressure. I think it's more of a challenge for me to stay up to the expectations that coaches put for us and the seniors before us, and I just expect to do the same and honestly do better than what they have set for us.
I agree with Justin. I can take it as a challenge. I want to have an undefeated season if we can. I'm going to go as far as we can during the season, and we just want to have great leadership, and we got some great athletes that I feel like we can do that with.
Coach Sanders, talk about the new alignment this year. I know the last couple of years, Spring Garden and Donahoe's come down to that. Tell us in your regions maybe something that we didn't know about some of the regional opponents who's been playing pretty good ball of late.
Wadley is, they're replacing, Wadley and Woodland are replacing Spring Garden and Appalachian in our region. Wadley has always had a great program. I know their coach told me that they're pretty young right now, but what coach doesn't say that? And but no, we're really looking forward to playing them again. Woodland, we've had a pretty good battle with the last few years, and just all the teams in our region always stack up really well against us, and we've had good battles with them over the last few years, and we're just looking forward to it. We're looking forward and ready to go.
Mark, just what was your reaction to the announcement yesterday from the HSAA and also the new guidelines, the best practices? Just how does that all stand up when everybody starts hitting each other?
We're as coaches, and I've talked to quite a few. It's kind of one of those things where we're going to do whatever we can do to the best of our ability to keep these guys from getting sick or spreading anything. But at the end of the day, it's just a toss-up right now in America. What's going to happen here, there, nobody really knows. The best thing we can do is just to keep doing what we've been doing. Just covering our faces and washing our hands. And if we keep doing those things and everybody does, then I think we're going to be okay. Hopefully.
Amari, I know you listed as a DB and a wide receiver. What's your favorite side of the ball to play on?
Defense by far.
Defense by far?
Yes, sir.
Elaborate on that.
When I play defense, I'm on an island, and I feel like whoever I'm going to go against, I'm going to try my best not to lose. I can take it as a challenge for someone to even line up in front of me.
Jetson, go ahead. Same for you.
I'd have to say offense. I'm more of a family guy myself. I feel like when I'm on offense, I'm more of a protector for my quarterback and for my running back, and I feel like it's more of a family aspect of the game.
Marcus, assuming Ridge is healthy, just how much did he grow from last year, you think, and what are you expecting out of him this year? And then Amari, same question about Ridge. Just what's it like working with him, quarterback receiver?
Ridge is very special, and I say that in multiple ways. He's been playing the quarterback spot since 7th grade. You never really know what he's going to do, and I really love that about him. As coaches, we try to make our quarterbacks mechanical, and I've tried, but he's just a very special player. He sees things unfold sometimes that normal people wouldn't see, and but he's grown a lot, and his speed is up, his awareness is up, and now he's starting to understand that those little mechanical things are going to come into play big time this year, and he's been working on it. So he's growing, and and Amari, right there with him, Amari gives us such a different flavor on offense in different areas, and I can use him wherever I want, and it's just going to be explosive every time. He's that kind of athlete. He's got a determination to get the ball downfield, to make guys miss, and he does it every time he gets the ball, and it's pretty spectacular to watch.
This is for Judson and Amari. I know you take 1 week at a time, but looking at the schedule, who's your most anticipated opponent to play this year? Who are you looking forward to playing?
I'm looking forward to play White Plains.
got friends there or something? Or
I'm looking forward to play White Plains because they're 4A, and I know of a couple people there that I want to play against.
Okay.
I just want to stack our ability up against theirs.
That's a tall order, but you can do it, Justin.
I'd have to say the same thing. I just want the challenge of playing a bigger school. We always get talked down on because of our size. I just want to show that we can stand up with the bigger school.
Well, Donahoe and White Plains both have an Anniston address, so I could see that being a neighborhood. Any other questions here? Yes.
Mari, same as earlier, just working with Ridge, how did that develop between the two of you last year? And then, Coach talked about you possibly playing some quarterback this year. Just talk about that.
Well, Ridge has been my quarterback since I've been at Donahoe, except for 1 year. The amount of times I've seen him mess up and the amount of times I've seen him grow as a quarterback is tremendous. I can honestly run any route, and he can put it there right on the money. And as far as me playing quarterback this year, I feel like I can do it if I put my mind to it. I'm just out there to help the team wherever I can. If I have to block on the line, that's what I'll do.
Question right here.
Guys, when we ended football for a little while for you, what kind of communication did you have with your coach? Did he call you at home? Did he bring y'all together? What was that like, and how did it keep you motivated to, get yourself ready for when and if this came about? And even both of you can answer that.
I can get it. Coach, we have our little group chat, our football group chat. He sent us encouraging messages every day, even when we got out of school. It just pushed our whole team to go out and do more work, even when no one's watching.
I'd say the same as Mari, and then we'd have our Zooms, just for Coach to talk to us about, what happened last year, what we could improve on, and just small things like that.
Coach, what about you? What was your thought process? How do I bring that together? It's completely different than what you're used to, because I'm assuming before you just brought them all in a room and gave them your spiel.
Well, as a coach, you always want your players you always want them to be able to go out on their own and do things anyway, and the best thing that you can want in a player is to be able to have that guy go out and work on his own. And if you can get a football team full of guys like that, then when they come back together, it makes it so much easier. And we've got quite a few guys like that. I'm blessed to be where I'm at, and I'm blessed to have the team that I have. And these guys, they like to win, and they realize that they're a 1A school, a smaller school, but they don't play like it. And they show me every day that they got a big potential in all kinds of ways. So I love these guys, and I can't wait to see what they do this year.
Final question. What's the biggest hole or gap to fill this year versus last year?
I would probably say our offensive and defensive lines, just because we've had, I said that we've lost 20 seniors over the last 2 years. And, a lot of those guys were on the line, and they had a lot of experience. A lot of those guys, were starting for Donahoe when I was the head coach at Victory Christian. I was coaching against them, and they started from 8th and 9th grade up. And so they developed a good chemistry up front. They were able to communicate very well, and my hope is that we can fill that hole very well, because that's, to me, I played offensive line at Alabama, and I feel like if you've got a great line, then you've got a great football team, and that's just been evident throughout the history of football. So if we can get these guys communicating up front and doing their job to the best of their ability, then I think our season is going to shape up pretty good.
Let's wrap it up by having final thoughts from the two players, and then Coach Sanders, you give us your final thoughts. Judson?
I think, honestly, it's just a family aspect. We have to stay together, build that team chemistry even more than where we have, and just trust God throughout the whole season. Trust that He'll keep us safe and let us play the whole season.
I feel the same way. I feel like even though we missing a lot from last year and the year before that, I feel like this year's team, we have more heart than we have ever had before. And I feel like since we're the underdog, we're going to go out and play to the best of our ability.
I just want to thank you guys, thank the quarterback club, Calhoun County, and all the media guys. We appreciate y'all having us again today. And we just hope and pray that, Donahoe football will continue to make headlines and And the more you guys are around talking to us, then we know we're doing something right. So, we want to keep you guys around, and we're looking forward to it. It's going to be one heck of a year, and it's probably one of the most interesting football seasons ever in the history of man. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Very well said. Good luck to the Donahoe Falcons this year.
Griffin Laser Engraving in Lincoln is your authorized local dealer for personalized Yeti products. Get your Yeti customized for your team, a business, or a special event. Your color, graphics, even photos. At Griffin Laser Engraving, we make it the way you want it. Order just one or hundreds, and you'll find the full line of Yeti coolers and accessories on hand, even the hard-to-find items. Nationally recognized, but right here at home in Lincoln for quality awards, trophies, powder coating, and personalized Yeti items, Griffin Laser Engraving. Step into the offices of J. Britt Middlebrook, CPA, where you'll find professional one-on-one service for business and individual clients. In this ever-changing tax and economic climate, you can count on receiving the expert advice you need. J. Britt Middlebrook works hard to provide every client what they need to meet all deadlines. Tax season will be here soon. For all your accounting service needs, call or stop by at 1913 Berry Street in Oxford. That's J. Britt Middlebrook, CPA.
Harrison Sports and Chiropractic, located in Anniston, Alabama, is dedicated to their patients. Car accidents, injuries, pain management, or even if you're just feeling the wear and tear of everyday life, Dr. Farr and Dr. Harrison can help. Call them today at 256-231-0417 or like them on Facebook. Walk-ins are welcome, most insurance accepted. Contact them today. That's 256-231-0417.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, next up on the stage at our 2020 Calhoun County Quarterback Club Media Day is the Ohatchee High School. Ohatchee competes this year up in 3A, Region 5. Their region opponents are Glencoe, Oaks Bluff, Piedmont, Pleasant Valley, Saxe, Weaver, and Walter Welborn. Coach Scott Martin, we will start with your opening comments, sir.
First of all, I want to thank the Calhoun County Quarterback Club again for having this great program. I mean, this is our second year that we've been out here, and it's just like big-time college football, getting able to come up and sit on the stage and talk to all the media at the same time. We're excited to be here talking about football with all the things going on, and our association standing behind their firm commitment to having a football season, and also our school system at this time doing the same thing. It's exciting for these young men because you only get a chance to be that senior one time. And the one thing about this is we're not going to cure anything overnight, and these young men need to have that opportunity to go out and compete go out and be there and be able to carry on the tradition of what we've been able to accomplish in the last 7 years since I'm getting ready to start my 7th season at Ohatchee. The last 4 years, we've had some really fine football teams. We're looking forward to continuing that tradition this year. We're stepping back up into 3A, and we've got a really tough non-region schedule that involves a lot of 4A teams. So, we probably have the most challenging schedule that Ohatchee has had. Our summer has gone tremendous. We tried to keep it as normal as possible. People asked how we changed things, and to be honest with you, we didn't change a whole lot of things. We knew we'd been out of school for three months, give or take a little bit. But what we did is we brought the kids in just like we would at the end of school. We gave them that first week of June off. We came in, we went 3 straight weeks. Then we took the last week of the month off through the 4th of July like we normally give them off. Then we came back and did 3 solid weeks of July. And I know that football is allowed to start as early as this coming week, but we've taken the same stance we would take no matter what. We're going to take off this week, recharge those batteries, refresh all these young men because they have really busted their tail over the last 6 or 7 weeks. And then when we come back on August 3rd, we've got 3 weeks to get ready for that first game. And, one of the things I was telling them earlier, through 3 weeks, it is really tough. At the end of 3 weeks, these guys are ready to play football. And I can't imagine coaching 4 weeks and then trying to get them, because it becomes stale if you don't do that. To my right, I've got Greg King, who started for us for the last few years. Tremendous offensive lineman, was playing some defensive line for us. He's an old hand on the offensive line, but still a young guy at heart and age. He can still be with me for a few years after this year, but he's a senior. He's going to do a great job for us. To my left is Noah Fuller, who started in the secondary for us for a few years. He's also going to be our starting running back this year. Somebody asked how fast he was. I think he said he was 4.5 or whatever. I just say he's fast enough, okay, for what we do. We're still going to be that grind and power football. We're not going to mess with the success. Over the last 4 years, these guys have been a part of winning 41 football games. So it's exciting for them. We haven't lost, but I think 3 regular season football games over the last 4 years. So these guys have a lot to live up to, and they're ready for that challenge.
Very well.
Coach?
Questions? Yes.
Scott, just in terms of what the HSA announced yesterday, and especially some of the guidelines that you're looking at now, just how does that all practically stand up when everybody has to start hitting each other?
Well, the one thing I know about football is a contact game. And I mean, obviously, I don't think you can play football with mask on, and I think I listened to Mr. Savarese last week talking to the convention as a whole. A lot of it comes down to your state and your local school system, so a lot of decisions will have to be made on their end of it. I think the one thing that we're trying to do is keep it as normal as possible. I mean, we've spent 6 weeks social distancing when we could, wearing masks when we had to. I think that once you get into the football, we want to be as safe as possible and do all the things that we can do to be safe, but ultimately it comes down to football as a physical football game, and somebody is going to have to make a decision whether they're going to let us play or not play. And I think that, my fingers are crossed, my toes are crossed, I can't get my hair to cross, but I'm hoping that they make the right decision, and that decision is going to be to let these young men have this year.
Question, Coach?
Yes.
Coach, welcome back to 3A Region 5. I know you're happy about that.
Excited, real excited.
Talk a little bit about your non-region opponents in Heflin, Anniston, and Munford.
Well, I appreciate those guys playing us. We went out and tried to find people that we had had on our schedule the previous years. Also some schools that were in our same class that were not in our region to play. And I had a very difficult time filling our schedule. And I appreciate that Cleburne County and Anniston and Munford are filling that void and allowing us to have 10 games. I think it's important for our kids to compete. A lot of times it seems like the people don't want to play because of what we do from an offensive standpoint, but I believe from a football standpoint, you win with blocking and tackling. And what we do, we make people have to tackle us, and we're going to block people. So I think playing us is an advantage to teams because eventually they're going to have to play physical football teams. But I hear it over and over that people don't want to play because, this is too physical. We don't want to get anybody hurt when we play you, things like that. Well, obviously, we're not out there to hurt anybody, but we are going to be a physical brand of football. But we're looking forward to coming in and playing some of these people that we haven't played. Cleveland County ought to be a great game. Anniston, with what they accomplished last year, going to the state semis is going to be a great atmosphere for us to come over here and play. And then finishing up playing Mumford, who's a perennial playoff team too. So we're looking forward to that.
Question right here.
All right, this is for both players. Going back to the decision that was made that we're going to start on time, that means you get a chance to play in your senior season. How important was that? We'll start with Greg and go to you, Noah.
Well, I think it's important because we've worked for the past couple of years, starting off as in 7th grade and working up to being seniors this year. And with it being my senior year, it's just kind of more like emotional to me, and I feel more like I need to work harder during the summer stuff so I can be better when we start playing.
It just means a lot playing our football season as seniors. The class of 2020 didn't get to finish their spring sports, so going out and letting the football association say that we can play means a lot for this class of 2021.
Question, Coach?
Yes.
Yes, Scott. Talk a little bit about the choice to go ahead and start playing now versus taking the option to either wait or postpone into September that a lot of other states around us have already made. Do you feel like that they made the best choice here as far as making sure we at least get something?
I do. I try to watch my comments very carefully because I don't want to be seen to be insensitive, because obviously this virus is serious, and I'm sure everyone in this room knows someone that's had it, maybe even someone that's passed away from it. But I think that one of the underlying things is that it is a virus. It's going to be here. We're not getting rid of it. I don't follow the social media conspiracy theories. I don't follow all the crazy things that people are coming up with about what people are trying to control us, all that. But I do follow our healthcare industry. Our healthcare industry, starting with epidemiologists who say that, hey, we're not going to get rid of this thing until we get a vaccine, but you can't shut down government, you can't shut down education. It's important that schools, one of the things the epidemiologists have said is be careful starting when you start shutting down schools. I mean, that could be a tremendous problem. And I think that, we're going to do everything we can within our school system to learn about virtual learning, learn how to teach online, do a better job of it than probably the way the spring finished up. And it's going to be, again, a learning process. I think these young men, I don't know that you can't prevent all of that from happening, Jim, to be honest with you, and I don't know what the end result is, but following the recommendations of our healthcare industry, I know the reason that we did some of the things we've done, and that's because we can't overwhelm the healthcare industry. The hospitals get overwhelmed; they can't keep all the patients, and we have issues, and I understand that. And I think one of the things is we've misinterpreted flattening the curve, and we've misunderstood it. Flattening the curve does not mean eliminating the virus, and so many people have become interchangeable about that. We're not going to eliminate the virus. We flattened the curve to help the healthcare industry. If we shut down schools, we've got 30% or more of our kids that are in school that's parents or some type of healthcare professional or nurse or whatever. Can you imagine if they start having to stay home with those kids, and then all of a sudden we're eliminating more healthcare professionals? So there are a lot of things that are way above my pay grade, and so my number one thing is I'm going to push for us to play football and be back in school as normal. We've moved it from August 5th now to August 11th so that we can do some extra professional development, which I'm all for, because I want us to be able to do the best we can, whether we're in the classroom or out of the classroom. But it will be interesting. I know the AHSA is pushing forward with the season. I think as of the other day, there were 9 schools that were going on with their regular start time, and I know there are a lot more states that are begging to go on their normal start time. But the wait and see attitude is, I think the numbers are going to go up, wait and see or not wait and see, just because of the way this virus will move between people.
Question right here.
Scott, you go from Austin to Dominique now to Noah. Just can you talk about what he brings to the table and how he compares to some of the great ones you've had?
Well, we've been very fortunate that we've had some fine running backs. Now, of course, it all starts with linemen being able to block holes, and Greg's one of those guys. But Noah, he brings a little bit different type of running back. He not only is he a large running back, both of our backfield people will be over 190 this year. But he also brings some speed. I mean, he does run a legit 4.5 something. They know that more than I do. I don't keep up with all that. I just want him to run straight and score touchdowns. But he's going to bring not only speed, but he does have a physical side to him. I don't know that anybody will be as physical as Dominique was, but he's kind of a hybrid between Dominique and Austin in the fact that Austin weighed 155 pounds when he played as a senior and rushed for over 2,000 yards and set the record at our high school. He was a slashing type runner with great vision. Noah does both. He can be physical, run up inside, but he also is a slashing type runner that if he gets in the open field, he can go the distance. Austin never had that type of speed. So we've really kind of got a hybrid of both players combined, and I'm excited to see Noah, this senior season. I think he's going to have a fantastic season.
Question here for both Greg and Noah. The last couple of years, Ohatchee has had several all-county and some all-state players. Coach Martin just mentioned a couple of them. What have you learned from the running backs or the linemen that Ohatchee has had to get you to this point to where you're at this year? Noah, we'll start with you.
I still talk to Dominique and Austin Tucker a lot, and I just ask them sometimes how do they a certain play or a certain atmosphere, how do they get through it? So, and I'm also really close friends with them, so I think we're going to be very good. We have depth this year, so not just only me. We have players behind me, wing, running back, fullback, quarterbacks, who can also do the same thing that I can do. And listen, we're very
And
good.
Greg, we've had, I say we, being from Ohatchee, great line play over the last 4 years. I guess everyone's looking to you to be one of those leaders this year.
Well, throughout the years, I've had mentors looking up like Garrett Young and Jarrett Ford, and they've all told me just go out there, take it play by play, be the best you can that play.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Scott, I asked Coach Smith this earlier. Talk a little bit about the quality of football in Calhoun County. It seems like over the last 5 years or so, especially with coaches and teams that have had a lot of success, the area is getting a lot more attention statewide as far as the quality of play that's in the county now, from small schools all the way up to Oxford with the state championship last year.
Well, I think if you throw out whatever class numbers they are, because classes are irrelevant. I've coached at the biggest classes to some of the smallest classes, and that really doesn't matter. Between the lines on Friday night it's football. Throwing that out, this is absolutely the strongest area of football that I've ever coached in, regardless of classes. The type of teams that are not only in this county but in this area. Every game, when somebody said, welcome back to 3A football in this tough region, I mean, every game is hard. It doesn't matter what team you are, where you rank 1 through 8. Every game is a very tough football game. It's a very physical football game. And then your non-region, looking around at the teams that we're playing and look at the combined records of those guys is very impressive. So there in this region especially, we've had a lot of football teams when I was back in 3A that didn't make the playoffs that probably could have been one of the top 4 or 5 teams in Class 3A football. So I think this area, bar none, is some of the strongest football as a whole combination that I've ever been around, and this will be my 35th year of coaching.
Well, let's wrap it up. Players, we'll let you speak first. Any closing comments, and then Coach Martin, you can close it out as you wish. Noah, we'll start with you.
I just want to thank you guys for letting us come out and enjoy the media day.
Just like to say thank y'all for letting us come out.
And you can see Greg's real talkative, but I do want to thank the Calhoun County Quarterback Club and all the sponsors today for allowing us to come out and be a part of this. It's just great to get that feeling. You know, I'm walking out of here. You know, somebody asked me a little bit earlier about, you know, I am a huge golfer in the off season, and you know, but that comes to an end. I mean, it came to an end. I mean, I'm not even playing in a big tournament this weekend just because once we get to this point, you know, it's all football, and we're excited about the opportunity, and we're going to keep saying our prayers daily and hope that we're able to have this great season. And more than anything, for these two guys plus the other 10 seniors on our football squad, we hope to be talking to a lot of y'all after games on Friday nights. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Martin, and good luck to the Ohatchee Indians.
Aniston Orthopedics continues to provide a legacy of outstanding sports injury care on and off the field, keeping our players in the game. Aniston Orthopedics offers our Saturday morning sports injury clinic from 8 to 10 a.m. throughout the high school football season. Aniston Orthopedics also offers full-service physical therapy and occupational therapy departments. To learn more, visit our website at www.anistonortho.com. Aniston Orthopedics, located in the Tyler Center adjacent to RMC.
Whatever happens, we'll be there with you and your home every step of the way in your journey back. Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Griffin Laser Engraving in Lincoln is your authorized local dealer for personalized Yeti products. Get your Yeti customized for your team, a business, or a special event. Your color, graphics, even photos. At Griffin Laser Engraving, we make it the way you want it. Order just one or hundreds, and you'll find the full line of Yeti coolers and accessories on hand, even the hard-to-find items. Nationally recognized, but right here at home in Lincoln for quality awards, trophies, powder coating, and personalized Yeti items, Griffin Laser Engraving.
Now up on the stage at our 2020 Media Day is Jacksonville High School. Jacksonville competes in 4A Region 4. The region opponents are Cherokee County, Cleveland County, Hanley, Anniston, Mumford, White Plains. They are the 4A state runner-up, and they are head coached by Clint Smith. So this time, Coach Smith, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Well, we appreciate y'all being here today, putting on this event. It's an outstanding event for all of our schools, being able to showcase our schools, our programs, and our student athletes. So we really appreciate that, and we're excited to be here. Two of the young guys that I have with me today are seniors for me this year. Both these guys have played a lot of ball for us over the years, and two of our leaders, Jackson Moses, who's starting linebacker, Jalen Prater, who's also a starting linebacker. They've just done a great job of doing things the right way and helping lead our team over the past several years. And as they go into this senior role, you know, they understand that their role this year is even more important as well as our other seniors that are on our team. But Jackson, you know, talking a little bit about these two guys, going into last year, going into the state championship game, we get down to Auburn, and we're doing a walkthrough, and Jackson's just not feeling well, and you can tell it. And never said anything, never complained. Played in the state championship game. You could tell he didn't feel good, but like I said, he never did any kind of complaining or anything. Did everything that he could do, and he got back from the game, went to the hospital. He had the flu, so he played that game with the flu, and did an outstanding job for us. Not just that game, but all year long. Jalen, starting linebacker for us, played linebacker all year long. At the end of the year, in the semifinal game, we had to change positions for him and move him down to defensive end for the semifinal game and for the state championship game. And he had to learn a whole new position in a short amount of time, but did an outstanding job for us, and just doing what he could to help the team. And that's what these guys are about, and it's what all our seniors are about. And so we're looking forward to the season, and we're glad to be here.
Coach, a first question. Obviously, last year was unprecedented, playing 15 weeks of football. Tell us, going into this year, does that add more fuel to the fire, getting that close to where you could taste it for you and the players?
Well, last year was definitely a special year for us. We've been kind of building to that point over the years, and we've had so many senior classes to come through that have really helped build that foundation to allow us to get to where we got to last year. And last year's senior class, just took it to that next level. And it was an outstanding year. The support, the atmosphere at the games, just the whole buzz in the community was just a great thing to be a part of. It just, our school, our administration, our cheerleaders, our band, fans, all just rallied around that team last year, and we enjoyed a great year. But like I said, that's not going to change our expectations moving forward. We can't live off of what happened last year. We have to move ahead, and that's what we're going to do. But last year was an exciting time, and just something that our kids can be proud of moving forward, and give them something to work that much harder for. It's awesome when they get to see that, and they get to see the 15 weeks, what it's like to play 15 weeks, what it's like to play in a championship game. And for this year's seniors, our young guys, that was a big thing to be able to be a part of, and moving forward, how to get there again, hopefully.
Okay, question.
Clint, just what was your reaction to the AHSAA announcement yesterday, and in particular, the guidelines, and how does that apply, I guess, when everybody starts hitting each other?
Yeah, well, I think Coach Savarese and his staff have done a great job in leading us. I think that this is something that nobody's dealt with ever before, and our administration, our coaches, put together a great plan this summer. We feel like we were able to keep our kids safe and get things done. And we talk about football, being like life, and talking about adversity and flexibility, and being able to adjust and pivot when you have to. And I really think if there's anybody that can handle it, it's our student athletes and our coaches, and the people that try to do that year in, year out in different situations. So we're excited to be moving forward, and we're going to do everything that we can to help keep our kids safe and follow all the guidelines, and hopefully enjoy a great football season.
This is for Jackson and Jalen. After you saw what happened with baseball last spring, a few months ago, how happy were you when the announcement finally came that we're going to start a football season, knowing in the back of your mind that it may not start? Talk about that.
I was at work with some of my teammates. Actually worked with me when we heard the announcement. We were thrilled, super excited that we're going to get the opportunity to play this year, and we're just going to make the best out of it.
Yeah, we was very happy. I was at work, got the news, and I was just excited for the season.
I think that's one thing that we've really been able to see, especially through summer workouts, is the attitude, just the thankfulness to be there, and they understand how quickly something can be taken away from them that they've worked really hard for their whole lives, and so there's just an appreciation, and I think a newfound enthusiasm that those kids had to go out and do well.
Question.
Yeah, Clint, can you talk a little bit about what type of advantage it is to a program to actually get to play deep into the season like you guys have been able to do the past couple of years, where you're actually playing 12, 13, 14 games, as far as practice and getting younger guys ready to go?
Yeah, I think that's extremely important this year for us. We lost 20 seniors last year. We're replacing all 11 starters on offense. We have a young team coming back. We've got 13 seniors that have been through a lot of wars, and that they're going to do a great job leading us. And just having those 5 extra weeks of playoffs for those young guys to go out and practice, go out and learn, and be able to do that is going to pay dividends for us this year. And I definitely think being able to play deep in the playoffs, over the past couple of years, being able to get those guys reps and have that extra practice time always helps. And for anything else, it really just shows what it's like. Sometimes you don't realize the atmosphere and the things that come along with deep playoff runs, the publicity and the things that people come up with. But I think being able to do that last year really showed our young guys a path to what we want to try to experience every year. Our goal every year to do that. And so those extra weeks do help. That extra practice time, it does help us.
This is for Jackson and Jalen. Talk about the atmosphere. I know it was last season, but we're looking forward to this season. The excitement around the city of Jacksonville like I have never seen before, other than when the JSU team was playing for a national championship. But talk about Fridays in Jacksonville and Saturday mornings in Jacksonville, Alabama last fall, when you'd wake up after a big win. When you'd go out and see people on the street, they was always patting you on the back. Tell us a little bit about that.
It was crazy how the community rallied behind us this season, and all the players felt the support. Whether it was cheerleaders or team moms or teachers, they all rallied behind us and did some special stuff for us, whether it was like after game meals or after practice. They took care of us, and it was special being able to wake up the next day and you go around, right around town and see shops with the windows painted, and everybody's encouraging us to just keep going, keep moving, especially through the playoffs and going up to state. It was really special.
Yeah, it felt great, after a big win. Then, you wake up next morning, you see people that you never seen before, patting you on your backs and all that good stuff.
Coach Smith, what about you? The same thing when you're out, even at a drive-through or pumping gas, would people come up and say, "Way to go, Coach"?
Well, I mean, it's special. It's special for our kids. They don't understand. A lot of people don't understand how hard these guys work, and how hard it is to get to that point. You've got to be good. You've got to be lucky. You've got to be healthy, and our guys were able to accomplish that last year. And but it was a whole another level. Like Jackson said, with the stores painted up and just the enthusiasm with the pep rallies and with everything that we did, and our kids really just fed off of that, and it was a fun ride.
Question, Coach.
Jalen, Jackson, you guys, of course, are seniors this year, and as your coach said, you lost 20 seniors, and you watched them fall out. How does that feel when you step up and you got to look at the guys below you, and you know what you came up watching these seniors be the leaders of the team? And I know Coach wants you to, and maybe some things he said to you that lets you guys know that you got to leave something when you go. What is that like for you guys? What do you want to leave these guys, that the work ethic and things that you do?
We definitely had big shoes to fill. We had a good senior class ahead of us that laid down a good foundation for us. But honestly, these young guys, they're not hard to lead. They have a good work ethic. They go to work day in, day out. They get in line. They're bought into the program, so they're really not difficult to lead. We're on the same path, going toward the same goal.
Is that on and off the field?
Oh, yes. It feels good. You can. It's like Jackson said. You can just. It feels good to know that you can lead these young kids, and the freshmen, juniors, all of that. It feels good.
Glenn, a couple of players I want to talk about. J-Taj, first of all, just how has he developed physically? Does he look like he's ready to step in and be that that lead back, and then Ogle at quarterback, as he may be a little further along than his years would indicate.
Yeah, Jay Taj has had a good summer. He's bulked up. He looks good. Yeah, feels good. He got a lot of reps last year. Had some big runs for us in some situations and played a big role in our run last year. But it's his turn to step up, and he knows that and he understands that. So I expect him to step in and not miss a beat and do what he needs to do to help us win. Jim will be a freshman next year. The thing with Jim is being an 8th grader last year. I moved him up to varsity, and he didn't get to play his last year at junior high. I was able to get him on the field as a punter. Did a great job punting for us. But Jim has got a great mindset. He's very mature for his age, and he's going to do a great job leading our offense.
Question right here, Coach. You've been around winning football all of your life. At what point in last season did you tell yourself this is going to be something special?
Well, we didn't start out real good. We got some wins early on, but we were not playing real well as a team. I felt like we were selfish at times. We just weren't playing together. We had a nice discussion after the Piedmont game, and after that, going into the Anniston game, we really started clicking. I felt like our camaraderie in the locker room and everywhere else with everything we did just improved tremendously. And we started playing like I knew we could. And our guys really attribute to them and our coaches for getting that to happen. And I feel like when we hit the playoffs last year, we were playing really well. And so this team last year was able to peak at the right time. I think going through that adversity, those trials early on in the season is what led us to the season that we had. And, I was just really proud of these guys for stepping up and, making that transition to be the team that I knew we could. And I think really after that game, at that point, once we started the first time we played Anniston, I think we realized, hey, this could be something special. And, peaking at the right time at the end of the season and just enjoying it. I really felt like at that point our kids were just having fun and doing what they needed to do. And so really then's when I knew that something big could happen.
We'll close it out with Jackson and Jalen, if y'all have any final thoughts you want to share, and then Coach Smith, you can close us out with your comments.
Thank you guys for having us. Looking forward to this season, getting an opportunity to play. We're going to make the best out of it.
Thank you for having us. Yeah, we're very excited, for this season.
I'd just like to say we're excited about our team coming up. We're excited about our young guys. This is a tremendous opportunity because we have so many positions and so many opportunities for these young guys to step into. And it's exciting as a coach to be able to watch and see who's going to be the next one to step up and fill that role. We had a great year last year, no doubt about it. But, at one time, Ron Wiggins was a 9th grader. At one time, Luke Jackson was a 9th grader, and they played behind people. And then when it was their turn to step up, that's what they did. And so we're excited about our team, our young guys that are coming up, and it's going to be exciting to see who steps up and really carries that torch and, keeps the continuation of our football program headed in the right direction. And, like I said, goals are the same every year, and hopefully we can continue that.
We wish you all the best. Good luck to Jacksonville High School. Golden Eagles.
Thank you.
Step into the offices of J. Britt Middlebrook, CPA, where you'll find professional one-on-one service for business and individual clients. In this ever-changing tax and economic climate, you can count on receiving the expert advice you need. J. Britt Middlebrook works hard to provide every client what they need to meet all deadlines. Tax season will be here soon. For all your accounting service needs, call or stop by at 1913 Berry Street in Oxford. That's J. Britt Middlebrook, CPA.
Harrison Sports and Chiropractic, located in Anniston, Alabama, is dedicated to their patients. Car accidents, injuries, pain management, or even if you're just feeling the wear and tear of everyday life, Dr. Farr and Dr. Harrison can help. Call them today at 256-231-0417 or like them on Facebook. Walk-ins are welcome, most insurance accepted. Contact them today. That's 256-231-0417.
Now up on the stage at our
and pointing our butts to the ball, so we can get the gap open so our running backs and quarterback can get through the hole. But we made sure to work on our steps mostly than anything else. And Coach Walker helps us with that a lot, making sure we know what we're doing in our steps.
I'll add to that, too. You know, I feel blessed that we have one of the best offensive line coaches in the state, Coach Patrick Walker. Patrick's one of my longtime friends, been with me for 17 years combined between my time at Cedar Bluff and at Piedmont. And the job that he did last year with Hayden being the only returning starter last year. He started his sophomore year. Then we had another junior, 2 sophomores, and a freshman that made up our starting 5. The development that those guys had from the week 1 until week 15, I thought was tremendous, and that says a volume, a world of good things about his ability to communicate and teach, and to Hayden and his fellow linemen for being willing to listen and learn. And that part of our team probably was the most improved from day 1 to the last day.
Question right here.
Yes, Steve, can you talk a little bit about how difficult it's been to try to keep the focus on football right now with all the clutter that's all around us with everything else?
Well, we live by the motto at our place, control the things that you can control. And that's something we've tried to instill in these kids ever since they were in middle school. There's certainly going to be things that come our way that we have no control over. There's a lot of things in the world going on right now that I'm just kind of sort of scratching my head trying to figure out what people are thinking. But, at the end of the day, when you look at the things that are out there from the statistics and you look at the amount of serious illnesses that you're finding in 18 and under population, which is our high school football teams, those numbers, they differ drastically from what you're seeing reported in the total numbers. And so, we just try to keep them, Jim, focused on controlling what they can control. Our workouts have been modified a little bit this summer, but the kids have been working extremely hard, just like they always have. Missing the spring didn't really affect us that much. We haven't had a spring practice in the last 10 or 11 years at our place because most of our football guys are involved with baseball, track, or golf anyway. So, the biggest thing we missed was the last 9 weeks of school, the weight workouts that we would have been getting in the weight room when we typically see a lot of our biggest strength gains. But Hayden, I know he organized some stuff that they were doing on their own with just the linemen. I know our quarterbacks and receivers and DBs got together several times and threw on their own. One good thing about the program we have, the kids know what's expected of them, and they do a good job of getting out and organizing that stuff and staying in shape and doing things that need to be done to help our football team be getting where it needs to be. Now, we're going to be a little bit behind this year without 7-on-7s. We haven't pulled a football out yet at Piedmont. But, at the end of the day, we're hoping to play late into November, early December every year. And so if you've ever done this for any extended period of time, it's very difficult to start up in July and be wide open all the way to December. You have to pace your kids, and you have to keep them fresh for the times in the year that's most important.
This question is for Jakari. I know the answer to this question is probably whatever season it is right now, but what is your favorite sport that you enjoy playing?
It's football.
Why is it football?
I've always played football, and I like hitting people real hard and all that. It's like you can't back down from it. You're out there for a reason. Go out there and hit, play hard. So. Do
you set goals for like each week or for the season, or are you just one play at a time type guy?
I mean, I can make a lot of plays if that's what you're asking, but I do set goals to get this and that. I try to reach the most interceptions in high school ball and stuff. That's what I do.
What about you, Hayden? Obviously, you down in the trenches doing the dirty work. Tell us a little bit about the thought process of being a senior this year versus having somebody else to look up to. Now you're the man.
I really haven't thought about it. I just go and play. I just go play, make sure I know what I'm doing during the play. And, my main thing to do is whenever, like week to week or play to play, is see how many pancakes I can get.
Question.
Steve, it's hard to imagine Jack could be any better than he was last year, but how has he developed during this off season, and what do you expect to see out of him this year?
Well, Jack's another one of those kids that's a multi-sport athlete, like so many of our guys are. He was wrapped up in the middle of a baseball season when the shutdown came, and he has been able to play some summer baseball. So, I expect them all to continue to develop. I've not seen him throw a football since state championship game, so I couldn't tell you what his throwing motion and all that looks like right now. I'm sure he's going to be a little bit off tossing the baseball as much as he has, but I think we'll have him in shape by the time August 21st rolls around for our jamboree.
Question back here.
Yes, Steve, earlier today we've asked some of the other coaches about the quality of football and the coaches overall in Calhoun County, and it seems that it's really elevated, at least in the eyes of across the state over the past 4 or 5 years. Can you talk about where you think football is in the area right now?
You know, I think it's probably as good as it's ever been. I think it probably go back to the mid 80s to mid 90s. You know, when you had Piedmont was making deep runs, Anniston won a couple championships, Alexandria was winning some championships, Oxford won some championships. You know, there was a time when I was in college in the late 80s to where you had several teams in this area that were contending on a year-in, year-out basis, and then it kind of dropped off a little bit across the board in the county. But I thought last year's run most reminded me of what I remembered it being in the late 80s, early 90s for Calhoun County, and I don't see that slowing down any, just to be honest with you. There's tremendous coaches in this county. There's tremendous athletes in this county at a lot of the schools, and I got to know most of those guys over the past 15 years, and most of them are just outstanding young men as far as the players go, and then the coaches are just outstanding men of character that have done a great job instilling pride in their communities and stuff. I don't see that the quality of football in Calhoun County, I don't see it going down anytime soon.
Coach Smith, we touched on this a little bit with Ohatchee's Coach Martin about with success, it makes it harder to find non-region games, and I don't know of any team that wants to play Piedmont now if they don't have to. Who have you picked up non-region games this year?
Man, if you ask me, we've got the most ideal schedule that I have ever seen for any one high school football team. You know, you ask about non-region, but I'm going to start my answer off with our region schedule. There's 6 teams in our region from Calhoun County. All right. The other 2 teams in our region are Hoax Bluff and Glencoe, which for me up at Piedmont are 15, 18 miles away, that are traditional rivals as well. We were able to get Center back on our schedule, which is where I'm from, but that's a game one that we want to play every year as long as both sides will agree to play it. Jacksonville is going to continue to play week 5 against us, which we played them the last 2 years, which is 12 miles down the road, and then we were able for the first time since 1993 to get Alexandria on the schedule week 10. So my 3 non-region against Center, Jacksonville, and Alexandria, I couldn't be happier for that schedule. You know, you're looking at the next 2 years for us, home and away. The longest bus trip we'll take will be to Welborn. So I'm pumped up about that. Every Friday night, our people can get fired up about playing somebody that they probably don't like a whole lot, and that really, and we certainly know none of them people like us too. So that's going to make for a very fun season.
Question right here.
Yeah, talk about for Jakari and for Hayden. Talk about next man up and what you see as your role now as the mentor in that next man up.
What was that again?
Next man up mentality.
Oh.
Your role as a mentor now in that role.
Well, back when I played in 9th grade, you know, I had followed behind Cardavian Myers and like Lee Stanley and them, and I seen how they had worked, so I wanted to, you know, be better than them and, you know, help out young kids how I got helped out and just try to do my best.
I had the same thing happen with my brother Davis Young and another guy named Cole Chastain. They both helped me tremendously on being a great lineman. And well, I just mainly look at, since I started doing this last year, just helping the younger guys try to get better. That way, whenever I'm graduated, they'll still be good and they'll be even better than me.
And that's something that I'd like to touch on also as well, Danny, because you know, that philosophy probably has never been more apparent than you're going to see people practice this year. You know, with the possibility of having people not only going down to injury, but people going down possibly with sickness or whatever. That's why it's so critical in the developmental part of your program to have those B-team games and to play that junior high schedule, and that's something that we've been insisted upon in the past few years, that, you know, we won't play people on Monday nights that won't play B-team games with us, because I think it's very vital to your overall program that those kids are getting that, those 9th and 10th graders that are not playing on Friday night are playing a lot on Monday night. So I feel like we're in a position to be able to handle that maybe better than some folks are, just because of our system that we run in our program.
You've obviously had a lot of success in a very tough region for a while now. But with reclassification and some of the teams that moved down from 4A, some that moved up from 2A, how much tougher did the road to a championship in 3A become this year?
You know, I hadn't looked at that. I don't really know if it got any tougher or not. I know that we got 7 region games against people that are extremely talented. And, last year we lost a game in the region. Actually, the last 2 years we've lost a game in the region, and we've won the region championship by virtue of tiebreakers of a 3-way tie. So, when you're looking at Wellborn and everybody they've got coming back, semifinal team, Ohatchee is expecting a big year. When you look at Sachs and the development they're going to have with those young guys that they had to play last year, Weaver, Glencoe going to be better, Pleasant Valley. Coach Nick's done a great job out there. And I'm leaving somebody out. Who am I leaving out right there? I can't remember. Hoax Bluff and Glencoe, like I said, just Hoax Bluff being a traditional 4A playoff team and then falling back to 3A. I don't look outside of our region or outside of our non-region games to try to figure out who else is any good.
Final question right here.
I wanted to make sure we got all the football ones first before I did this one. It's a little bit lighter. Actually, it's a lot lighter. Explain the hair growth for people who probably haven't seen you since December of last year when you held the state championship. Coach, you talk about it. I'm sure there's a good story behind it. And players, what are your thoughts?
There's definitely a story behind it. This is not by choice. I've had the same haircut ever since my sophomore year of high school. But, we lost in the championship game to Flomaton in 2018. And every year you're looking for a little something to motivate, try to get next year's team to be better than the year before and all that. And the kids came to me with an idea. They said, "Hey, Coach, if we win it in 19, how about you growing out that 80s mullet?" I think we had 17 seniors that team. I knew we was going to have to start some freshmen. I didn't know we'd start 4 freshmen in the state championship game at quarterback, running back, right tackle, and middle linebacker. But I knew we were going to have to play a lot of young guys. I think last year we started 4 freshmen in that game, but I want to say 14 of the 22 starters started their first game of their career last year. So we had a lot of guys that were getting on-the-job experience. So when I made that deal and that bet, I thought I was making a pretty safe bet. Not that I doubted our kids, but just that much youth, that much inexperience, the schedule we had, I thought it would kind of take an act of God for us to get to the championship game and win it. And I thought I was pretty safe making that deal, but I made it, and they reminded me when we got on the bus to leave Auburn. That, we celebrated and we sang and all that stuff, and then somebody before we ever got out of Lee County asked me if I remembered making that bet. So I haven't had a haircut on the back since December the 3rd, the Tuesday before the championship game. So it's gonna grow until the end of football season.
Just one time I want to hear you say, "Come after me, I'm a man, I'm 40.
The thing is, I'll be 50 next Thursday, so I can say I'm in my 40s right now, but I've had a lot of Gundy comparisons over the last few weeks.
Let's close it out with your final comments, Coach.
I'm just, again, extremely excited that the people in charge have made good decisions, in my opinion, to be able to allow us to have a way to have football this fall. I know everybody's saying it's going to look different now, and it may look different if you're in there with us every day as far as dressing and traveling and things like that. But the one thing that won't be different is when they kick it off, that 48 minutes that's on the clock, there's going to be 22 kids getting after each other like nobody else. And so, it's going to be, you can't modify football. You can't do like baseball and let the umpire get behind the mound and call balls and strikes and all that. I mean, tackle football is tackle football. At the end of the day, we're going to be laying on top of each other for 48 minutes. And, I'm just excited that we're going to get to have a season. And I believe in our guys. And I believe in these guys on either side of me here and their leadership qualities and what they're going to do this year. We're excited about our schedule. We're excited about the competition and getting to go up against people that we're close by neighbors with and looking forward to another great season of high school football. And, we've been working hard, but we also understand that nobody's going to give us anything and nobody's going to back down just because of last year's success. We're going to have to go out there each week and work hard to try to prove ourselves.
Very good. Good luck on the season, guys, and good luck to Piedmont Bulldogs.
Thank you.
Whatever happens, we'll be there with you and your community every step of the way in your journey back. Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
From the south, I think. Yes, sir. Don't remind me.
Now up on the stage at 2020 Media Day is White Plains High School. White Plains competes in 4A Region 4. The region opponents are Cherokee County, Cleveland County, Anniston, Hanley, Jacksonville, Mumford. They are coached by head coach Chandler Tyree. And so at this time, Coach, we'll start with your opening comments.
Good evening. Thank y'all for hanging out and staying. I know we're the last group, so I want to tell you I appreciate y'all and what y'all do for our kids, how much attention y'all give them, and it doesn't go unnoticed. I believe that a lot of our guys get the notice and the notoriety they do and get college opportunities because of the guys that are in this room. And so I just want to say I appreciate that. Feel a lot better this time. I mean, I know that's weird to say, but last year I got hired on Thursday, had to come to Media Day on Friday. We had to check the name cards, make sure I had the names right for our players. And so I feel a lot more comfortable. Been around our kids for a year. I told them outside, you know, everybody's having to deal with COVID, and it's a difficult situation. As coaches, there's a lot of things we have to do that we're not normally used to doing. But whatever we can try to do to make sure that our guys stay safe and to give them a successful atmosphere to be around, we want to do that. I'm joined today by senior quarterback Jaden Chapman. He's on my right, and senior wide receiver free safety Carson Tyree on my left. I look for both of these guys to have big numbers for us this year. I look for both of them to be big leaders in our locker room. And I just expect them to do big things for our program to kind of carry us over the top. I'm been really excited about our leadership, really excited about the things that we have going on in our program and our culture that's starting to change. And we're excited. We're ready to roll, just trying to do everything we can the right way, make sure we take care of our kids, make sure we look out for their health first and foremost, and then also try to get them ready for a football season.
First question, Coach.
Yeah, Chandler, just what was your reaction to the HSA announcement yesterday? And then, you know, once 22 players are between the lines and they start hitting each other, what can you do for safety?
You know, it's a big unknown. Like we know what can happen. We've seen the numbers. I know our kids want to play football, and we're going to take every action that we can to keep them as safe as possible. most of the time for our numbers, we have to go against bags a lot anyway, so that's going to help us a ton as far as contact over and over and over during practice. Now, there's times when you have to have full contact. You have to figure out who's going to be able to play a position, what guy's going to be able to be a good rotator for you for some of those young guys. But we try to go, especially on offense, we try to go on bags as much as possible, work on our steps, work on the small things so that we can keep our guys safe. Those of y'all that know me and followed me when I played, y'all know that is complete opposite of what I want to do. Like, I want to hit somebody in the mouth every single day. That's just how I was. That's just how I played, and that's how I was raised. That's football. But right now, we have to do everything we can to be safe and to make sure that we give these guys a chance to play football. I mean, I can tell you, these kids want to play football, and the kids always know best. But our kids have worked their tail off, man. And they believe that they can do something that hadn't been done at White Plains in a while. They believe that they have an opportunity to push for a playoff spot, which hadn't been done since 1994. This senior class, I could be around them all day, every day. If my house was big enough, I'd invite them over and spend the night and hang out and live with me because I love being around them. They push me to be better. Telling the story earlier, when I talk about our culture changing, during conditioning and stuff now, we do county fair to keep them separated, to be able to rotate and keep them on opposite ends of the field. We bust their tail in the county fair. Like, they are working. We run hill sprints, we do bag drills, we do all that stuff, and it's rough. Well, throughout that, guys go down and hit their knees and show weakness and show that they're tired, and there'll be senior leadership and just leadership in general jump up and say, hey, we don't do that. We don't show. We stand up tall. Stop showing people that you're tired. Stop showing people that you got weakness right now. Stand up. That didn't happen a year ago, and that shows that our culture is starting to take place. And matter of fact, Jaden called me out. I ran some sprints with him in one group, and I was meeting with them after practice. Now, your huddles, you got to understand, are as big as this room now because you have to keep social distance. And I hit my knees because I'm tired, because I'm old and out of shape, and I'm not as good as I once was. And Jaden said, hey, Coach, we don't do that. Get off your knees. And so if they can hold me accountable and I can show that I'm correct and that I can be corrected and I can be coachable, then that goes a long way because they're also holding their teammates accountable. So that was cool. That was, like, for me, like, I like that. I like a guy that's not afraid to say something to a coach and say, hey, that ain't how we do it around here. And so I'm just excited and thrilled and ready to roll. And like I said, man, it's I don't know what we're facing. I don't know what's going to happen. But I know these kids are ready to play football, and we're going to do everything at White Plains that we can to keep them safe and to make sure we try to give them the season that they're looking forward to.
Question, Coach.
Yeah, Chandler. Can you talk a little bit about the management aspects of what you face this season with potential of reduced revenues from tickets and fundraising and things of that nature? Most people don't gather, what coaches have to do along those lines, but regardless of, how we play, how long we play, or any of those kind of things, everybody's going to feel that this year.
Yes, sir. It's definitely some anxiety there. I told my wife the other day, you walk around, you try it like you're not worried about anything. You try to be the man of the house and act like nothing's worrying you right now. But as far as, the money side, and that's stressful for a coach. I mean, that's stuff that people don't think about. You're trying to win football games, but you also want to have money in your account to be able to make the experience the best you can for your kids. Make sure you update your equipment. Make sure you update your helmets. Make sure you're able to do things for your kids. And so for me, that's been really stressful, just trying to make sure that we're going to have enough money to make it through the year. At one point when they're talking about, hey, we're not going to have any fans at all, well, how are we supposed to pay for officials or bus rides or anything like that? And so thankfully we're doing a fundraiser right now, and people have really stepped up and have really gave and been generous to our football program, and we appreciate that. Our football program can't go on without our sponsors and the people that have donated, and we're so appreciative of that, and I hope that our guys and the way we do things shows that we're appreciative of that. We're just thankful. We're very thankful for that, and that's taken a little bit of stress off of me. But it's stressful. It's stressful to figure out how you're going to take buses and how you're going to do that, because you got to keep the kids separated on a bus, and so you may have to do a travel squad this year, or you may have to take double the amount of buses that you're used to, and that adds up real quick like. And so there's certain things that it's going to be completely different this year that we're not used to, but we're ready for that. Like I said, I'll do anything in my power to make sure we keep our kids safe and to make sure that they get a football season, because like I said, these kids want to play football.
Question right here, Coach.
Jaden, Carson, what have y'all thought about? I mean, all of a sudden now you know you're playing. You've had Coach Tyree for a year. I mean, what is it like to come back and be seniors and be part of a program that he's starting, that he's trying to get going? What's your thoughts in a day in, day out atmosphere for you guys leading this team and what you leave behind? Go ahead.
I'm just ready for us to be able to take the next step, whether that's making sure all the guys are putting in extra work, holding each other accountable at workouts, whatever I can do to, help our football program take the next step. I'm going to try and do it. So,
I've been told that we weren't going to have football season. I always kept my hopes high. I was like, man, we're going to have football season. We come in, our guys look good. I mean, we're working our tails off, and I'm just ready for football season to come around.
Question right here.
Kind of piggyback off of that, too, for both Jaden and Carson. What have you learned over the last 3 years? I know you've seen the program, you've seen what the numbers are, and Coach talks about the kind of history that you're on the cusp of. What have you learned over those last 3 years and some of the things you want to take into the season?
You can't put in enough work. No amount of work is enough to be successful.
I mean, man, you've always got room to get better. I mean, you can't settle for less.
Question, Coach.
Playing in a 6-team or a 17 region with 6 region games, how difficult was it for you to fill out a 10-game schedule?
It was pretty difficult. Made a lot of phone calls. Tried to sell games to people. I'm really excited about the schedule we were able to build, though. I feel like Ranburn's been a really good game for us the last 3 years. I think it's going to be a really competitive game for us. They're right down the road. Donahoe obviously was a big-time rivalry for us, and so we were able to get that back on the schedule. And Pleasant Valley's been a big rival for us. I think we've played Pleasant Valley more times in the history of our school than we played anybody else. And so I'm excited about that. We've got some rivalry games back. And then we go to Elmore County, which will be a tough game. It's a tough place to play, but I'm excited about that as well. And then you talk about our region. There's no tougher region in 4A football than the region we're in. But you take what you're given and you go out and you try to compete and do the best you can. And we're gonna try to win every ball game we roll out there too. I get so sick and tired of hearing 3-7 good year last year. No, that's not what we're looking to go. That's not what we're looking to do. I appreciate it and thank you, but no, we felt like we let a couple of games slip away last year, and we felt like we could have been better than what we were last year. And we're trying to make the playoffs. We're not trying to go 500. We're trying to make the playoffs. We're trying to get in the dance, because once you get in the dance, anything can happen. Our guys have put in the work. I mean, I don't know where we're going to be at or what's going to happen, but I'm here. Like we're here to win. Like you going to show up, you're going to have to beat us. Like I get so sick and tired of it. Well, we're playing so and so. Well, so they got to get off the bus and they'll put their pants on the same way we do. And so our schedule's tough. Our region's tough. You take out a couple of teams and you add Hanley and Mumford, and it didn't get no easier. So, but we're here to compete. We're here to do what we can to try to compete to get in the playoffs.
Question here.
Jaden, Coach talked about the change in mindset, and he told the story about you getting on to him for showing fatigue. Can you give me your side of that? You know, what you saw when you saw Coach go down on his knees, and what thoughts occurred, and what has caused that mindset to change?
I mean, I was just thinking about like how tired I was and how tired everybody else was, but everybody else was up. I know he's old and whatever, but
watch it now.
But he should stand up just like the rest of us. I think Coach Tyree has. He's came in with that mindset every day since he got here. With we're not going to show weakness. We're going to be tougher than our opponent. We're going to play our hearts out. We're going to do things right on and off the field. And I think his mindset is coming over to us.
Carson, this is for you. Where do you like to play better, offense or defense?
I'm an offensive guy, but when it comes to defense, I'm ready to knock some heads off.
Jaden, obviously quarterback. You play, is it defensive back some as well, or you need defense?
He could play some defense this year. We got to get our best athletes on the field, and he's definitely one of our best athletes.
Any other questions? All right, we'll wrap it up with closing comments from the two players, and then, Coach, you close it out with your comments.
Thanks for having us. This is a good event, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for having us, and I appreciate everything y'all do for us. Go Wildcats.
Thank y'all once again. We appreciate y'all's support. We appreciate what y'all do for White Plains football and all the football in this area. This is the best, in my opinion, this is the best area to be high school football. I think y'all go above and beyond, and I appreciate everything y'all do. And if I can ever help y'all or y'all have any questions, feel free to call me, and go Wildcats.
Very good. Good luck to the White Plains Wildcats in 2020.
FNN welcomes you to our live presentation of the 2020 Calhoun County High School Football Media Day from the Anniston Country Club. Media Day is presented by the Calhoun County Quarterback Club, and today's FNN coverage is brought to you by Anniston Orthopedics, continuing to provide a legacy of outstanding sports injury care on and off the field. By Brandon Steele for Place 1, Oxford City Council. On August 25th, it's time to pass the torch for new ideas. Vote Steele for Oxford City Council Place 1. By Harrison Sports Chiropractic, ever expanding and adding athlete recovery to promote better sports performance and reduce risk of injury to the athletes. And by Mike Rogers for Congress. On Election Day in November, vote to re-elect Alabama's trusted conservative fighting for you. That's Mike Rogers for Congress. Now, stand by for High School Football Media Day 2020, featuring all the schools from throughout Calhoun County on your home for high school sports. FNN, the Friday Night Network.